All right, beautiful people, a little switcheroo. Please put a 1 in the chat if you can see this. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Jennifer Marie. Y'all bear with me. This is my first live. And I'm happy to say that it's going to really put the word out on a case that needs it. It's really sad when you search. Hi, Cara. Cara Witkowski is joining us, you guys, and she is the mother of James Riker Beale. You all know how I love to get my information directly from those involved. I don't really care for third parties and chit chat because it just makes me have to research it. But I don't mind. So you guys keep sending what you send, and I will always vet it first. But when you have the mother of the child, it just doesn't get any better than that. So we're going to be sharing a podcast. Thank you so much, Jennifer. All I can do is be myself. You know, I never claim to be the #1 YouTuber or podcaster or whatever they actually call them. I'm just a mother. I'm just a woman. I'm just a person with a heart. Okay. And I found from being in other groups on Facebook and being moderators maybe at different times for different things, being very active in the Trey Gang production chat, which is all about Kenneka Jenkins. What I realize is that your voice is only so loud. You can only say what you're allowed to say in other people's on other people's platforms. If the group doesn't like what you post, then they can just not post it. And that bothered me because I feel like I have things to share that people need to hear about. Whether you agree with my opinion or not, the story needs to be out. So I just decided that, you know what, to hell with it. I'm going to do my own channel, put my own stuff out. It was never to become popular or whatever comes with this. It was to make these babies and these stories popular. And thank God it's working. So thank everybody that's here. Thank you so much, Heather Marie. I appreciate that. I think a lot like you, Jennifer. Oh, see, great minds think alike. See there? Cara, I see you. Unmute your mic for me and just introduce yourself so I know that you can come in loud and clear. And as a matter of fact, take it from here, Cara. Can you hear me okay? I see you're unmuted, but I don't hear you. And my messenger is still open if you need to write me. While we're waiting on Cara, what I was showing you guys is that if you just do a search for James Riker Beale, you're going to notice there's not very much here. You're going to notice none of the major media outlets were on this or are on this. And that right there is frustrating right off the top for me. Cara is trying to get the case reopened because the death is definitely suspicious. Right now, 17,847 have signed. Let's get to 25,000. This is what I want to help achieve. And this link will be dropped in chat. Isn't he adorable? And do I see a dimple? How cute. I don't know how anybody could hurt these babies, these precious, innocent babies. And it really, really pisses me off, y'all. It really does. Let's check in on Cara again. We are going to play a podcast that she did the night before last night at her request. You know, you don't want to keep repeating these details over and over. And I know you guys heard the first podcast. It was intense. And this one is even more intense and emotional in my mind. So we are going to share that. But first, I just got to make sure that Cara is in the stream. There's a button there, Cara, that says add to stream. And wouldn't you know, I didn't hit it.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, babe. I'm so sorry. Hi.
Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear. It was my fault. It was my fault. I had to let you in from the backstage. I'm so sorry.
Okay. That's totally fine. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
My pleasure. Honest to God. Amanda reached out to me from the Missing Justice group, and she said he's just not getting enough coverage. And can you please help with that? And I was all over it because, for one, that's a group that is just amazing. They don't filter your thoughts and your opinions. They really let people share as long as you're respectful. So I really appreciate them, and I was more than happy to help her out. When I read your story and heard the podcast, I had to do this. Please tell me, am I saying your name right? Is it Cara or Cara? How do I say it?
It is Cara. And Amanda and Amber have just been amazing. They've been helping me with my protests coming up. They've been spreading the word about the petition. They were the ones that were like, hey, you should start posting in true crime groups, which I never even thought of doing before, because I always felt like this was just a family custody thing, and you know, that it wouldn't really match true crime. But when you really get into the nitty-gritty details of what has occurred and what has happened, it's most definitely a true crime story. I mean, it's almost something like you would watch on a 2020 newscast, with how many moving parts there are and how detailed and complex, I mean, this case truly is.
I agree. Absolutely. It belongs here. I'm so glad that they led you in this direction, because the word's going to get out. And I'm smaller than most of all of my favorite YouTubers that I follow and associate with. So once they get wind of this and they start sharing, Cara, we're going to get somewhere. We're going to get those numbers up on that petition. That is my goal. We want this case reopened for you.
Well,
so you got support here.
I actually have some updated information that nobody has actually heard before. This wasn't on Stuff for the Little Children. This wasn't on any of my normal broadcasts that I do, because I just found this out today. So this is being shared exclusively on your show.
Wonderful. I hope it's good for you.
It's not necessarily good. It's actually very aggravating. Back in August, as I spoke about in other broadcasts, and that they'll learn when you play the broadcast you're going to today that I did on the radio show, I talked about the incarcerated rectum of my son, and that the child protection expert had concerns of penetrative sexual abuse that was anally penetrated to my son. I just learned today, after speaking to one of the ASAs, which is an assistant state's attorney at the Rolling Meadows Police Department, that they were never even given that case by the Palatine Police Department. The Palatine Police Department never forwarded the aggravated sexual assault case to be reviewed by their office. The Palatine Police never forwarded the death investigation of my son to be reviewed by their office.
Wow.
Yeah.
So definitely a cover-up is what that proves.
Oh, 100% it proves it's a cover-up, because when you have the kind of evidence like there was with my son having to have emergency rectal repair surgery at 1. There were no underlying conditions. He was in and out of hospitals for 2 weeks straight. And the fact that it was a sexual assault investigation, and then you even have a child protection expert, MD, stating, who is specialized in trauma, that they're considering anal penetrative sexual abuse, that should have went to the state's attorney, especially given my daughter's disclosure of the toothbrush incident between that happened. And so was I, and she contacted the GAL right away, and DCFS was involved. So how does that not go to the prosecutor's office? Why was that buried, and why was that swept under the rug?
Yeah, those are good questions that they need to be trying to answer, because just from listening, I was automatically like, and I'm not quick to judge, but I will, once I feel what I feel, I will put it out there. And I felt like Dad, Grandpa, maybe even Grandma, he shouldn't have been in that house, period. They failed him in so many ways. You are so right, Jennifer. They really did. Palantine did absolutely nothing. Yes, Hellraiser, that's right.
Not only should he have not have been in the house, the fact that I was still court-ordered visitation and wasn't receiving it also doesn't make any sense.
No.
And the police department was allowing that to happen, because I specifically told them, I go, look, I contacted DCFS. I contacted Elgin DCFS. I contacted Deerfield DCFS. Nobody says I'm under investigation. Nobody says that they're looking into me for anything. And legally, they have to tell you if you're under investigation with DCFS. There was no safety plan. There was no nothing that I ever signed. So I should have been given my court-ordered visitation, and that was taken away without a court hearing, without a court date, without an order by a judge. They were just not giving me visitation, which is why I went to the Palatine Police Department and tried reporting, my children missing, because nobody was telling me where they were. Nobody was telling me what was going on. And now receiving these medical records, because I have my medical rights back, I'm seeing that most likely they didn't want me around my son because he had to have emergency rectal repair surgery. So obviously there would have been bandages, scarring, and I would have been asking questions, and I don't think that's something they wanted.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. That absolutely. Now, is this when you were at work and they showed up at the house and just demanded the kids basically randomly? No,
that happened May 15th.
Okay.
What I'm talking about happened in August. And in May 15th, they decided the court supervisor, which was my best friend and the babysitter I hired for my children, was to be the court supervisor. She wasn't even there when they decided that. She never even said she could do it. They just court ordered her to do it without her being there, without me being there, without talking to me, without talking to her. It was crazy, because if she didn't do it, then she would have been in contempt of court. And she never even said she could do this. I mean, what if she had a job? What if she had something going on? She's going to be violating court orders on something she can't do. It was ridiculous. And then this court-ordered supervisor is willing to do it, is doing it, and is saying there's bruising, there's disclosures of sexual abuse, there's disclosures of physical abuse, there's all these problems. She's contacting DCFS, given her concerns, because the GAL was straight up ignoring her. And then the whole, the whole anal penetrative abuse comes up, which that's a doctor. The doctor is telling you she's considering anal penetrative sexual abuse on a 1-year-old. For them to put that in a report is huge, because doctors don't want to be sued. They hardly ever want to say there's abuse unless they're 100% positive, or at least 99.9% sure.
Right. You're right. I mean, but did it really take a rocket scientist to figure out that this little baby has all this anal tearing, or just how else could it happen? I mean, I know I heard they can push, too hard when they try to go to the bathroom and all that. But my first thought was sexual abuse.
Well, I mean, even if he was pushing too hard, you wouldn't have absolutely no anal tone. Right. there's no anal tone, and even when they put the rectum back, that it kept popping out, proves there's an injury. And I was looking up all of this. I looked up all the signs of anal penetrative abuse on a child. There would be a pulsating rectum, which there was, which they talked about in the medical records. There would be intense swelling, and the swelling occurs 6 days after the incident. Well, when the rectum swelled to the size of an orange was about a week after the initial hospitalization, which the initial hospitalization was the second. So that's about, you know, between 7 to like about 2 weeks. So about a week to 2 weeks, which is when the swelling becomes even more intense. So as time goes on and the problem's not fixed, the swelling's just going to get worse. And the color even changed. It went from pink to purple to like a grayish purple color. So that also tells you that there was some sort of, in my opinion, bruising, because why would it be purple?
Right.
You know, it's not the average color of a rectum. They said it was a purple donut-like mass. And that was on August 9th. So August 9th, it was a purple-like donut mass. And that's when the specialist was saying anal penetrative sexual abuse. Then you have August 13th. So that's 4 days later. Now the rectum is a size of an orange, cannot even be put back in with a surgical procedure. My son is said to be in critical condition because it was high-risk mortality, high-risk morbidity, and high risk of complications. They were afraid to even transfer him without him dying.
Wow.
They did transfer him. They did do the emergency surgery, and he was still seeing a specialist after that because he kept prolapsing, even after the rectal repair surgery. Wow. So after reading those records, after viewing this evidence, I 100% believe now that this is why everything occurred the way it did with my son's death, because they already knew my son was dying. So they already had those medical records. They already had that evidence, and they didn't even take it to the state's attorney. So it would have been in Palatine Police's best interest to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Conflict of interest, period. They definitely, they covered their asses. And I don't see how. That's a great question. Who just asked me that? I'm sorry. Oh, Jennifer Marie. How could they have explained that? I don't think they did. They just swept it under the rug.
Yeah, they never explained it. I mean, they never said what caused it, because they tested him for cystic fibrosis, which would have been a cause. He did not have cystic fibrosis. They tested him for any kind of tumor, any kind of cancers. Didn't have that. They even did like a sigmoidography or something like that. It's where you basically look in the anal canal to see if there's any sort of abrasions or polyps due to straining or constipation. He didn't have any polyps. So obviously he wasn't straining or constipated to have a rectum come out.
No, in my mind, the only way that can happen is some like extreme anal penetration. I'm sorry, I don't want to just say it like that, but what else? What else can make your entire rectum come? That's just crazy.
Especially on someone as young as my son. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
It sounds like not only did they do it, but even though he was healing and everything, somebody kept messing with him. So it couldn't get better, is what it seems like to me.
I don't know if they were messing with him. I think, well, here's what happened. So the first hospital ended up releasing my son when they were not supposed to. My son was supposed to stay overnight, actually. They even had the like the breakfast on the board, and I'm a CNA, so I understand how all this works. They put the meal chart on the board. They put everything on the board for the next day. And I even asked the nurse, I go, is my son staying again? So this would have been like the 4th day that he would have stayed, which that in itself is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense. You don't stay that long for a normal prolapse. Typically, you put on a glove, you insert the rectum back in place, and it should stay. But the problem was it was not staying. It just kept popping out no matter what was being done. So anyways, so when I had asked the nurse, she was telling me, like, you know, it kept popping out and he would have to stay. This was at St. Alexius Hospital in Hoffman Estates. When DCFS was called by my boss, because nobody was doing anything. And it didn't seem like this was being reported. And my boss was very upset about this. I told her to leave it alone because DCFS wasn't doing anything anyways. She called. All of a sudden, my son's being emergency released from the hospital. They hadn't even figured out what was causing the prolapse. And they just taught my ex, who was literally under investigation for child pornography at the time, to put his rectum back in place. So I don't know if they were still messing with him and continuously sexually assaulting him. I don't think that's likely. What I think is likely is they had no idea what they were doing. My son was crying and screaming. The swelling was so bad, they had no medication control. Jesus. So it just kept getting worse because they didn't know what they were doing. And he should have never been released from the hospital.
And that makes total sense. That makes sense. And I pray to God that that's what was happening, because to think that somebody would be doing this to this baby when he's already got issues. But then there is the toothbrush incident. So somebody at some point was messing with him, right? Was that before or after the point we're at now?
That was before. The toothbrush incident was told to me and the court supervisor. I believe that was the 6th of August. So that was actually after he was released from the hospital on an emergency note. Because my ex literally was like, hey, do you want visitation with the kids, right after they got him out of the hospital the next day? And I was like, yeah, of course I want visitation with the kids. And when he brought the kids to me, he dropped them off at the library. I picked them up with my court supervisor. My son, I was changing my son. My daughter came up to me. She started holding his hand, which I thought was really weird. She never ever would hold his hands when I changed him. So I was changing him, and like his anus was huge. It was literally pulsing. And I was like, okay, this is very bizarre. I mean, it was huge. It was the size. It was more of a size than a quarter.
Jesus.
It was huge. It was shocking to see that. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. So then my daughter's like, I have to go to the bathroom, and she's tugging on my shirt and everything. So we go to the bathroom. We leave the door open a crack because the court supervisor has to supervise me doing everything according to the judge and the GAL. And my daughter's in the bathroom, and she goes, someone hurt James. And I'm like, what do you mean someone hurt James? And she goes, someone put a toothbrush, or she goes, I'm sorry. She said, Grandpa put a toothbrush in James' butt. Then she said she tried to carry him off the bed, but Grandpa pushed her down. Right. And I mean, the way she said this was so flat. There was no emotion. And then she just like smiled and started laughing and like playing like nothing was just said. Like she did not just say these most heinous things to me.
You said she just, all of a sudden she just went, smile. And that threw me off. Like somebody's been coaching her or something. Wasn't that weird for you?
That did not happen around me. That happened with the court supervisor. The court supervisor actually wrote that down in her letter to the GAL because she had written basically a synopsis of everything that had been happening. And I mean, my daughter was even showing signs before the court case even started. I actually had to call a child psychologist because she was making disclosures before the court case even started.
We just Grandpa, right?
Against Grandpa. And at first we were like, is it my grandpa? Because I mean, she was around multiple grandpas. So we didn't know who she was talking about. And, you know, it became very clear who she was talking about because she, you know, she would say specific things and it would be after she would go to his house. But yeah, and we had talked to Tom and we were like, can you talk to your father about this? Because his father had a very abusive history. I mean, his father was extremely abusive to himself and his brother. And Tom had said he was sadistic. He had broken his brother's collarbone. I mean, he was just a very evil man to them while they were growing up.
Jerry, right? Jerry Beal, is that dad's name?
Yeah, Jerry Beal. So I always had concerns about her being around this man, especially alone, but he had a wife by the name of Helena Beal, and Helena Beal showed nothing but compassion and love and kindness to Sasha. So basically I was comfortable with her, you know, being there before the custody case started because Helena was there, and I didn't think Helena would ever let anything happen to Sasha.
Right. Do you trust Helena? Since we're on that.
Yeah, I definitely trust her. I don't think she had anything to do with it. In fact, they left her with his body. The night that he passed away, they left him. And there is no doubt in my mind that they both fled the scene because it was Halloween night. And Jerry had always taken off Halloween night to be with the kids. So I don't think Jerry was working. It says he was working. I doubt that.
Yeah. They said it like Grandpa was the only one there. Grandma was in the shower and Grandpa left about 20 minutes or so after or before Grandma came out of the shower and found him on the bed. Is that right?
Yes, that is their story. That doesn't make any sense to me, especially with how sick my son had been. To leave someone who was literally dying in August on a bed by himself. Who is that young?
Period. Sick or not, my baby was never left alone on the bed because of the fall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, I received an anonymous message from an individual because there was somebody basically trying to persuade this individual that my just fell off a bed. And I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense because they would have just said that in the beginning. Not only would they have said that, there would have been bruising where the cervical spinal cord injury was. There would have been, you know, other bruising if a child had fallen that high from a bed. You know, It wouldn't have, you know, it just didn't make any sense to me. And not only that, but the egregiousness of this message was that my daughter did it. That my daughter was trying to carry my son off the bed and that he fell down.
And did all that damage? Come on.
Exactly. That's when I'm like, that's ridiculous. What she causes prolapse rectum too? Like, get out of here.
Right. And everything else that's going to come out. Oh my God.
Yeah. And someone clearly is trying to protect the GAL as well as the police department because the same individual has been writing reviews for the GAL saying that she's such a good person and that she does her job right and she's a professional. I'm sorry, if the GAL was a good person, she wouldn't have said that I was going to murder my children with no evidence.
I don't like her. I don't know her, but I don't like her from the story. As a GAL, she did not protect your rights. She did not have your back. And that's what they're supposed to do. Can you talk a little bit more about her? Oh,
yeah, sure. So from the start, it was obvious this woman didn't like me. I paid her $750. That was to start the case. That was all I was ever court ordered to pay. So I had no idea like how much money this woman would rack up. I didn't know of her credentials or anything because she was court ordered, but she always had an attitude with me. She always seemed biased. She would talk about me very nasty. Like she would call me a petulant child. She would constantly have this air of arrogance about her. The first time she ever came to my home was beautiful. This 3-bedroom home, very clean, very neat, very tidy. She came and she was very surprised that my home was so clean. She's like, how can you work and have a clean home and 2 kids? She was hoping to find something, it seemed like. Rude. That wasn't good. So she took my daughter in a corner and she did this right in front of me and she gave my daughter a stuffed pony. And it was a stuffed My Little Pony. And my daughter looks right at her and she goes, I love my mommy. And she goes, I know you do. And then she just looked down at the floor. It sounded like she was trying to ask something about Grandpa, about Jerry, and I could not hear the rest of the conversation. But then she just left. So after she just left, I didn't hear anything from her. My boss told me that she spoke with her, and my boss told her, you know, multiple things that Tom had told her personally throughout, my working relationship with my boss, because Tom would disclose a lot of things to my boss. He felt close to my boss. My boss was a very motherly figure to me and my ex, actually. So she said everything she knew. The court supervisor, who was friends with both of us, mutual friends, he disclosed a lot to her too. She told the GAL everything she knew, and the GAL ignored everyone. I mean, she ignored every single person who said Tom was abusive. She ignores every single person that said Tom had a drug problem. She didn't write any of it in her report. All she did was trash me. Her whole report was just trashing me. And she could not, 3 medical professionals psychologist, psychiatrist, and another psychologist who was a domestic violence expert stated there was nothing wrong with me. I had PTSD from, previous trauma, that I would never hurt my kids, that I was not a danger to my children. And that wasn't good enough for her. She just said, I disagree in her report. So the professionals with the credentials and the degrees are telling you there's nothing wrong with me. And you're still sitting there saying I shouldn't have my kids for no reason.
I don't get that. And then later she took herself off. Do I remember that correctly?
Oh, it gets better than that. Not only did she take herself off, she did an emergency motion to be removed from the case 6 days before my son passed. So in my opinion, she knew what was going to happen. Wow. She knew my son was critically ill, and she knew he was going to pass, and she did not want to be on that case when he did.
Right.
And, I hope someone is looking into her, because her
into her. Yes, that's what we do around here. It doesn't stop with just sharing your story. We dig all into the backgrounds, and we find out who these culprits are, who they were. So, yeah, she's going to be out there.
And
what is her name?
Her name is Julie Pirtle, and Julie Pirtle was caught lying multiple times in court, which, because she is an attorney, that would be considered misrepresentation of the evidence. She stated that 8 mandated reporters had contacted DCFS in regards to both of my children. Mandated reporters are not just regular people. Mandated reporters are professionals such as nurses. They could be doctors. They could be pediatricians. They could be teachers. They are individuals who are trained to contact DCFS if they feel there is abuse. 8 mandated reporters were ignored, supposedly, because she said in court that the DCFS investigation had been dropped. A DCFS investigation takes 2 weeks. That is the legal amount of time that is needed for a DCFS investigation. It could not have been dropped because it had only been a week.
Right.
And
that's the minimum.
At minimum, exactly. And this was when my son was having the incarcerated rectum. This was when my son was in critical condition, that she made these statements. This was August 14th, and everything had happened August 13th. And then it went into August 14th at like 2 a.m. was when he had the emergency rectal repair surgery. 2 a.m. in the morning. And she's coming into court saying DCFS dropped the investigation. And then I dug into her background, and I dug into her cases. And it actually turned out that she was the guardian litem for a DCFS case with the same judge.
Wow.
So it was her. Oh, it gets better. It was her, Julie Pirtle, as the guardian litem, Scott Sheen, who was the attorney, and Scott Sheen is the attorney for my ex right now. Judge Dalton, who was the judge on my case, and Joe McMahon was the state's attorney on the case, and Joe McMahon was the one who did not prosecute the child porn as well as my sex assaults. So they already had worked together on a case 2 years ago. And Scott Sheen said in court, again, that's my ex's attorney, that they had never been on a case together. So he as well committed material misrepresentation because they all had been on a case together. And so why would you blatantly lie in court just about being in a case with someone?
Exactly. And anybody that follows me knows that how I feel. If you tell one lie, you've told others. There's a reason that you start to lie, because the truth doesn't need any help, period.
Exactly. And I feel like they just didn't know what to do at this point, because after that incident in August 14th, that was when they were pushing so hard for me to sign paperwork saying that I needed to be represented by, that I needed to be supervised by a government official just to see my kids and pay money for it. My thinking is the reason they did this were 2 things. One, they had no evidence that I was ever a danger to my children. So they could not legally take my kids, and they already knew that. They could not legally take my kids. They had no evidence that I was a danger to my children. So if I sign that paperwork, there's your evidence, because I'm stating myself. Right. I'm a danger to my children because I require government supervision. Right. The second reason why I think they were doing that was they wanted to potentially frame me for what was going to happen to my son. I highly believe that. And the reason why I believe that is because why would the GAL go out of her way to sit there and try to convince someone I'd murder my kids?
Especially when they're there to look out for you and your kid and protect. So what I understand about the Guardian, the GAL, is they're put over to basically watch someone who can't take care of him or herself. So that was supposed to be for James, not for you, right?
It was supposed to be for James, and it was supposed to be for Sasha. The reason they put a GAL on a case is when there is an allegation of abuse, whether it be physical or sexual, the GAL is basically a detective, even though they have only 2 days of training. Or if it might be less. Some states it's only half a day. Requiring like child protection, everything. It's a half a day of training to 2 days of training. They are put in place to investigate if there is abuse. So when there is a GAL involved, everybody will listen to the GAL. The police department will listen to the GAL. The DCFS agency will listen to the GAL, because the GAL is the one who is supposed to be determining if there is abuse or if there's not abuse. So if you have a corrupt GAL on a case, you might as well forget about ever receiving any kind of justice. Because if that GAL is against you, right, and there's corruption, and they've already determined that they don't want to help you or your children, and they are purely biased for one party, you're just not going to get anywhere. Because DCFS will go off the opinion of the GAL.
Right. But it's not supposed to be a biased, jacked up opinion based on personal feelings.
No. And I mean, there was a professional that even questioned me at one point. She was just like, are Tom and her having an affair? I was like, why would you think that? She's just like, because the way this woman acts, I mean, she hates you for no reason. She's totally against you. I mean, she's telling me that you're going to murder your kids and has no evidence.
Right.
And the fact that she's acting like some sort of jealous girlfriend.
I wouldn't put it past them. Plus, like you said, she was in cahoots with the whole circle. So it could have been about money. It could have been about loyalty. It could have been a favor she had to pay back. You know how that stuff goes in the politics.
I don't know what it is, but if Tom is ever charged for the death of my son, and I hope that happens, because he was the last person to see my son alive. There was nothing ever mentioned about any sort of incident that caused the cervical spinal cord injury to happen. The police report just says he was laying on a bed and then he was dead, which makes absolutely no sense. None. There was never any reason for the prolapsed rectum. His reasoning was, oh, he took a really large poop and that's how it happened. That was literally his reasoning. He even said there was no history of constipation. It was one large poop and that caused everything. But if Tom is ever charged, I hope that that woman goes down with him.
Absolutely.
Because it's 100% the reason why he was believed, right, and why everybody was looking the other way. Because if she was not there and she was not backing him up and she was not telling his story and the way he saw things, nobody would have believed him. He has no degree. He has no college degree. He lived with his parents. And he had no job. This is not a man who had any credibility.
Wow.
She was the reason that he had credibility. And now she's gone. And even when she's gone, they are still trying to use her report and submit her report as evidence in the criminal cases that have gone on since she's been gone, which is illegal and unethical. And they can't do that because the report that she made was impounded. Not only was it impounded, she was removed as a GAL from Kane County.
Wow. As well as the judge being, well, did he recuse himself and then he got demoted, or because?
Yeah, Judge Dalton recused himself October 10th, which again is very suspicious. You recused yourself 3 weeks before my son passed. So he recused himself October 10th. And then I believe it was January of that same year that he was demoted to an evictions judge. And then Judge Cruz was going off of every single one of his orders, would not listen to me, was ignoring the fact my son passed, was ignoring the fact that there was evidence of child pornography, was ignoring the text messages and Facebook messages of this man literally admitting to assaulting me. Not only was he admitting to assaulting me, he was admitting that he almost beat a child to death. He was admitting that he had no ethics, that he had narcissistic personality disorder, and that he had multiple personality disorder, and that he experienced blackouts and dissociative fugues. So this is not a person who should be around any child,
period,
including his own. Period. This is a person who's severely sick and needs to be medicated. And he was supposed to have a psych eval. I had a psych eval. I submitted my psych eval. My psych eval said that I had been abused as a child and then I have PTSD. That is what my psych eval stated. Supposedly he submitted a psych eval. The only person who ever saw his psych eval was Julie Pirtle. His own lawyer even admitted he never saw his psych eval. Wow. And the supposed psychiatrist he saw was Bernardino from Applied Science Psychiatry.
What?
That's not even a legitimate psychiatrist.
It sounds so generic.
It's a very generic. Applied Science Psychiatry. There's no applied science to psychiatry. I would like to see that individual's credentials, his degree. More importantly, we've tried to subpoena his psych eval. His psych eval should be in the records of the GAL. It wasn't. So I don't think he ever had a psych eval. So you have a dangerous predator, in my opinion, who didn't have a psych eval, who is then given custody of children. What the heck did you think was going to happen?
Exactly. Not to mention what we haven't really touched on yet, the hard drive or the flash drive that you found with that stuff on it. This man should have been near no kids, no schools, no daycares. I mean,
if you want to touch on the hard drive, I can give you the exact data for it for the listeners.
Go for it. Okay. Absolutely.
So the hard drive had 47 identified prepubescent children by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It had 422 children who were recognized by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And it had 280 unrecognized apparent prepubescent children, which weren't even recognized or identified by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. These are children that even a national database that does this didn't even know about. Wow. So why in the world would anybody think it's a good idea for this man to have these kids? The fact that he had the hard drive, the fact he admitted it was solely his property, and the fact that he stated that a friend borrowed it. Okay, so you have multiple friends borrowing a hard drive with child pornography. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a ring.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sorry, why was this swept under the rug? And then you have a state's attorney or assistant state's attorney stating the only reason they did not prosecute was because of a possession technicality. This man asked for a hard drive with child porn to be destroyed. I think it's obvious that he's guilty.
What?
You don't ask for evidence to be destroyed if you're not guilty. You would want to find out about those kids.
Yeah, they should have. Oh my God! When I heard that, I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" And then did I hear you right earlier? They never passed that on to be investigated, right?
Well, like they passed it on to the state's attorney's office, and right after my son died was when they decided they weren't going to charge it. I feel like the only reason they did not charge it was because, once again, it's a cover-up. Because if you charge that, they're going to really look into my son's death as a homicide, aren't they? You have a man charged with child porn who was in the possession of a toddler when this toddler passed away from unknown causes.
Exactly. And his grandfather, the baby's grandfather, who had his own investigation going on, he shouldn't have been in that house.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't have. And where the hard drive was found in a car that Tom and I both shared. So I paid for the car. because I had the credit. Tom couldn't keep a job more than 3 months. So I paid for the car. I don't drive because of a medical condition. So Tom was the only one driving the car. When he was arrested for my sexual assault back in March was when they gave the car back to me because the car is legally mine. So the hard drive was found literally in a compartment, like a secret compartment in the trunk of the car where you would like look under like the spare tire area.
Wow.
And next to it was condoms.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. So the fact that it was in that kind of compartment and the fact that there were condoms next to it is even more concerning. But supposedly you didn't know what was on the drive, even though in addition to the children, the real children, you had over 47,000 images of animated crap that was depicting sex and children and adults and sex and children. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. That's totally your drive.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Like, that's ridiculous.
It's sick. And then you got condoms next to it. That if you found baggies and cocaine in the trunk, they would say that was intent to sell probably. So how do I find this hard drive and condoms and not think this man is a predator out here?
Exactly. But like I said, my son had passed right when they were investigating that. And then the judges had ignored it too. So if you were to charge the child porn right after my son passed, every single thing would be looked at with a fine tooth comb.
It should have been. That should have put it in overdrive. But
sorry, go on.
No, I was just agreeing with you that everything should have gone into overdrive at that point.
Yeah, but that's unfortunately not how our politicians work. Our politicians work where we need to do what is right for us, not what is right for the American people. And absolutely. Because so many people messed up on this, and so many people with a lot of money and a lot of power messed up on this, they tried to bury it, and I won't let it be buried.
No, you won't. I tell you that. And if it weren't for you, it may just have been buried. As I look around and I don't see the media coverage that we should have seen, I don't hear the local departments speaking out. They really wanted this to go away.
Oh, in the worst possible way. I mean, I literally had a detective call me once from Palatine Police Department, and he's just like, when are you going to stop?
No,
like,
never.
Your child, would you stop?
Well, some of them would, Carol. And we know some stories where the parents are giving up, day one. So it happens. They get scared or tired or whatever it is. But me personally, I would never stop, ever.
No. Just like when they sat there and tried to tell me, you may never know how my son died. Screw you. Yes, I will.
Right.
And I will do whatever it takes to find out exactly what happened. And now that I have all these pieces and all these pieces are coming together, and the fact that my son was already critically ill in August, it cannot be a sudden unexplained death of a child, because to be a sudden unexplained death of a child, you would have very, very minor symptoms like a runny nose or a small cough. You would not have a child almost passing away from an incarcerated prolapse rectum.
No.
There was already all this evidence that he was sick. There was already all this evidence that he was severely ill. And none of that was brought up in the medical records when he passed away. That was very odd to me, because if you read the medical records from when he passed away, it was like he had never been at the hospital. They didn't mention any history of surgeries. They didn't mention any history of the prolapse rectum. They mentioned nothing. They acted like a child just suddenly passed away. And then you see all of the medical history from Children's Lorries, from Northwest Community, and St. Alexius. And it's like, how was this missed? How was this not written about in the medical history the night he passed?
They doctored it up, because to admit to all of that would be admitting to a lot of other stuff, like the fact that they knew that this was progressively getting worse from August to October. It incriminates them, in my opinion. So they swept it under the rug with the rest of that.
Well, they chose the wrong mother to mess
Yes,
with.
they did. Yes. Let me clap for you right now, Kara. You are so strong, so brave, and humble. I've listened to both podcasts now, and I mean the stories you tell. Chat, let me let you guys know something. I've seen tears in this chat. I've had one person say they had to leave and they wish you all the best, but they couldn't hear this. But I'm going to tell y'all, you really haven't even heard the whole story, right, Kara?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much more that I don't even talk about. I stick to the main points.
Yeah.
I stick to the egregiousness of the neglect that went on, as well as the heinous harassment to myself.
Yes.
And the just basically being ignored is what I talk about the most. And then you can see that in the transcripts where I'm literally ignored.
Yeah, Amanda is going to send over the transcripts, or you can if you want, because I haven't actually seen those. But again, we go deep over here. We don't just tell your story and make a video. So there is already an entire playlist dedicated to James, and it will continue to grow. And I always share in every group. I even have my group, Just Justice, where I share videos that I put out, plus other creators. We're about spreading the awareness. So they messed with the wrong mama, and you've got support. We're going to make sure this story gets told over and over and over. And I want to read this to you. AP is in our chat. As a former pediatric trauma RN, the only time I saw a prolapsed rectum in a child was due to sexual abuse or an extremely rare birth defect. Heartbreaking. That's the first thing I thought.
Are you able to bring her on? Because I feel like she would be an excellent expert witness.
AP, absolutely. AP, are you?
Yeah. Not witness, but an expert. Sorry.
Absolutely. That's what we want. Anyone that we have sleuths that will go and dig up everything about the GAL, the judge. We're going to get to the root of this. We have to now. We have to. He deserves it. You deserve it. AP, are you in the chat? If you are, go ahead and just write me back, and we'll go from there. AP is usually always around, so absolutely. If we can't do it tonight, if she's gone or he, I'm not even sure if it's a he or she, but we will definitely get them on so that you can talk to them and get, oh, there we go. Children don't just die from natural causes. He probably died from a perforated bowel from the continued sexual abuse, leading to sepsis and sadly death, in my honest medical opinion. AP, would you like to come up on the stream? Kara would like to speak with you. I'm watching for your chat. We haven't even talked about, Kara, all of the horrible things that happened to you prior to what happened to James. So this story, I mean, when I say heartbreaking, it has every element, and I don't like it at all. What I do love, though, is that we have a strong, caring mother, because we've heard way too many of them that don't care, like Xavier Harrelson's mom. Some of them seem to be drugged out of their mind, like Candace Wells. Others are just young and maybe dumb, like Taylor Nicholson. We've got a lot of bad moms out there. And so to have one here who is putting the pedal to the metal and not giving up on her baby, you have my utmost respect. And I mean that sincerely.
Thank you so much. I mean, that means the world to me, because when I saw my son, the night he passed away, when I went to the hospital to meet with the doctor and everything, because I didn't even know he had passed at that point. I found out when I got there. There were red marks all over his stomach that almost looked like handprints, and I was honestly wondering if that was internal bleeding. So that is why I'm really interested in speaking with this RN, so she could give me like her honest opinion. And I'm so glad to have somebody who's willing to talk about this, because I've been looking for someone such as an expert to go over, these medical records with, because they just, I mean, to me, as even a CNA, they just don't even make any sense. Just the fact that this was so ignored. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and you do have that experience as a CNA. You've seen a lot, so yeah, I can understand that being frustrating. That even with your experience, to not be able to put this all together. AP said, sure, she would love to come up. So, AP, let me do this. I'm going to put my email in the chat, and I want you to email me now, if you would, and I will send you the StreamYard link. Please and thank you. Okay. While that's going on, let me see what other points were sticking out to me. I think what bothers me so much is the fact that Dad had a record of the, you know, pornography, children's pornography, if I remember correctly, and then Grandpa was being investigated for molesting your daughter, Kara. Is that right? His granddaughter.
That's correct. She was making many disclosures. She was making disclosures to me, to my mother, to the court supervisor. Now she's even making disclosures to DCFS workers, a forensic interviewer, police officers. I mean, she's basically telling anyone who will listen, help me at this point. And still, she's being ignored and nobody's listening. But everyone is at least in agreement, finally, that she needs to see a specialist. That is trauma and sexual assault, which that should have been done a year ago.
Absolutely.
But now it's finally being done. It seems like people are finally taking me seriously now. I think the fact that they weren't taking me seriously was due to the judge ripping custody from me, because everyone automatically assumes, oh, you don't have custody and you're the mother. Well, you just must be a drug addict or crazy or, you know, hurt your children some horrible way. You know, people automatically make those assumptions. That's why it's so great that NBC just did a segment where they showed that when there is allegations of abuse, that the child is given to the abusive parent because the protective parent is presumed to be coaching the child, which I find insane, because false allegations of children only happen 5 to 10% of the time. And that's a statistic like anyone can look up. And it's been proven since the 1970s. So why are we accepting that? I mean, why is the court standard to not believe the child or the protective parent when the statistics prove that the child is not lying 90% of the time?
Because they didn't care about all that. They didn't want to know about the facts. They know. And for me, if my son says it happened, I'm investigating. I'm not going to doubt that right off the bat. I'm not going to doubt it at all until I get to the point where there's proof that, okay, it didn't happen. Now me and my son have to have a conversation. Let's find out where this came from and why you would say something like that. But you don't start out not believing them. If they say they've been touched in their bathing suit area, as I've heard you call it, you just don't stop there. I don't understand. And then, again, I'm not even an investigator or a detective, but when you explain the fact that Jerry was like not even in the picture until you guys or you gave birth to your daughter.
That was weird. I always found that odd. I mean, he literally, we never saw him. We saw him maybe twice before she was born. And I think one time was just like a family meeting or whatever. And then he was nonstop in the picture right after she was born. It was the strangest thing. It was no involvement and then way too much involvement, over involvement, over control. I did not like what I was seeing. I mean, I was literally working as hard as I was working so we could get out of his house. So we could then get out of the house he was renting to us, because even the house he was renting to us, he would just come in randomly because he had a key, and he would try to control everything and constantly want to take Sasha over to his house. And I was like, no, this is not comfortable for me. So I moved us out to Elk Grove Village, which was further from Palatine, so we didn't have as much access. And Tom would still literally take her over there while I was at work. And then I even hired a babysitter. So, and I was paying $200 a month in addition to paying rent for us, in addition to paying the car payment, in addition to paying off medical bills. I mean, I was spending an insane amount of money just to keep this man away from my daughter because I had concerns. So the fact that the GAL put in her report, I never had concerns about this man before until the court battle started is a lie. It's a blatant lie. And there are many witnesses who can confirm that lie. The GAL even spoke with my therapist. So she's sitting here saying I had no concerns, but then she says, oh, but when I spoke with the therapist told me that Kara didn't like the fact that Jerry would sleep with her daughter in his boxers and that he would go around the house wearing just his boxers. Okay, lady, that means I was concerned about this man.
Yeah, that shit's not cool.
And didn't want him around my kid. I mean, can you make it any more obvious?
That is not cool. I would lose it. Like, even my children's father should not be walking around the house half naked. I mean, put on some shorts. What are you doing?
It was literally just like, I don't even think it was boxers. It was like those really tight underwear. It was gross. You could see the outline of you know what.
No way.
And that's what was considered appropriate. And I spoke with Tom about it multiple times. I was like, I don't like this. This does not make me feel comfortable. I do not want this man to do that. Even around just me, I don't like it. He goes,
right.
it's a Polish thing. I'm like, what?
I don't give a damn if it was a Scottish thing. You better put some damn clothes on in my house.
Oh yeah,
your house too. If I'm in your house, like they can't shut me up. And I get it. You know, his house, his rules, or whatever the case was, Kara. I'm not saying you should have done anything differently. I'm just saying I don't know how to act sometimes. So yeah, I would have threw his ass a shirt like, yo, you know, it's not okay. And it's sick. Really, really, really sick. And then for them to let the baby live in this house, it just blows me away. Clearly, he was praying. Once you had a girl, here he comes.
He didn't want any involvement with my son. I mean, I kept my son away from him at all costs. I would not bring him over. I would take my son to work with me every single day to avoid him being taken there. And Jerry didn't even care. He never asked to see him. He never asked for him to come over. He never wanted alone time with my son. But yet you want consistent, constant alone time with my daughter. Why?
No way. No freaking way. Yeah, those are red flags. And you were young too. So you were very smart because you saw all of this stuff. And I understand, again, you're in a position where you can only do so much about it. But as soon as you could, you did make moves. And I appreciate that. You didn't sit there and claim, you know, and I understand battered women's syndrome and all those things. You were there for a while, but I did hear you say in your podcast that, you know, hindsight, you should have just grabbed them and got the hell out of there. Well, hindsight is 20/20, but I'm glad that you realized that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I look back on everything and I'm like, oh my God, there were so many signs. I mean, the fact that this 26-year-old man wanted a 17-year-old girl and to be in a relationship with a 17-year-old girl, right, and to be in such a sexual, intimidating, scary relationship from the start. Right. Because basically the way it started was, you know, I was kind of like interested in like this BDSM dynamic because I had read about like the 50 Shades of Grey stuff. My step grandmother had literally given me the books. Oh, wow. And when this man was like, oh yeah, you know, I've done a little bit of that, you know, I'm thinking some light hair pulling, you know, something not crazy, you know.
Right.
And yeah. And then when what he was doing and what he was showing me and just the type of stuff he was interested in, I mean, it was borderline abusive. In fact, I would say it did get to be abusive at times.
Absolutely. And then for him, knowing what he knew about his dad, knowing how you felt for I almost called him Jerry, Tom to take the baby over there anyway, it just makes him more of a suspect in my eyes. And knowing what he did to you, I mean, it just seems like it runs in the family. It's weird. One second, you guys. Yeah, it's just really, really weird. What kind of father? I mean, clearly he didn't have a lot of it. Oh, you lost me, Kyra? Okay. Just come back in. Okay, she'll be back, you guys. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that CPS, the GAL, law enforcement, anybody would allow any children to be in the home with Jerry, first of all, let alone Thomas. I mean, after everything he did to Kara. We got you back, Kara.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Technology, it happens. Don't worry. If that happens, just pop back in and I'll let you right back up. But I was just talking about how Thomas knew the situation and how you felt, and he still would take your child over there. Something else that bothers me that I heard you say was that when, I believe it was the judge, you'll have to correct me, please, if I'm wrong, but they allowed, oh, she doesn't seem the link. Okay, I'll send it out again, AP. No worries. They allowed your daughter to go to that house, and the judge said, understanding that Jerry had the record or the investigation into his molestation, they allowed, I lost Kara again, but they said, trying to remember her words, that he could just go into another room when she was there. If I am remembering that right. Is that right, Kara? Did you hear that?
That is correct. And that was only because the lawyer actually spoke out, and he was like, well, Tom lives with his dad. And then the judge is just like, oh, well, he can just go into another room then. And I was like, my jaw hit the floor. I was like, are you kidding me?
Jesus. Yeah,
what do you mean go into another room? Like, that's not going to do anything. But then you can look into the history of this judge, and the First Ward actually did an article on him. I mean, he's ignored sexual abuse in the past. He's ignored blatant sexual abuse in the past. There was a parent who was literally masturbating with their child.
Oh my God. So it's possible that judge has a little history, or maybe he's included in the ring. It's not far-fetched for, the higher ups to be a part of these rings at all. And we're definitely going to be digging into him. So it's coming. We lost Kara again, but she'll be back. And I'm trying to get AP in right now. AP, I'm going to send you the link again. Okay. When you get the email, just click on the link. And it's really self-explanatory. StreamYard is really easy. Just make sure as you come in, it'll ask you if you want your camera on or off. There is a Facebook page, Jennifer Marie. I want to have Kara confirm it, but I do believe the page is called Justice for James. I'm not sure if this is the exact one or if this is another one, because I see this Justice for James 2 up there, but look at this very sad picture here. Very, very, very sad picture. No, he is not alive there. Okay, still waiting on Kara. AP, awesome. There we go. I got you, hon. Let's go ahead and get you in here. AP, can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me, Q?
I sure am. I am. Thank you so much for coming up.
Oh, I'm happy to do so. I'm totally new to StreamYard, so I'm just learning this whole thing. So
That's okay. Actually, I've been a visitor on StreamYard, but it's my first time actually using it. So we're in the same boat. It's okay.
Amen.
Absolutely. We're waiting on Kara. She dropped out again. Bear with me. I'm going to write her a message here and see. She definitely wants to speak with you and get some insight into what she's seen and gone through. So I appreciate you for coming on up here.
Oh, no worries at all. I'm happy to do so. I'm actually a disabled RN now, so this is kind of how I try to stay active and keep my skills fresh with nursing. And I'm sure you've seen me pop around all these sad, horrible cases going on lately. So I try to do my part just like all of us do, and try to help however I can. So I passed along my cell phone via email to you, Q. And if you can, you're more than welcome to give that along to Kara. If for some reason we don't, she doesn't get things answered, I have ample time. I'd be willing to help her however I possibly can. All I know of baby James's story is just the one video of yours, Q, that I watched today, and that's really the bare minimum I know of it. So,
and you know what? That unfortunately, that's about all that's out there. I shared that. Someone reached out to me from Missing Justice Facebook group, and they mentioned James, and they asked me, can you look into it? Can you help us spread the word? And the first thing I did was go and research. And like I showed in the beginning of the stream, there wasn't a lot of information out there, especially from the mainstream media. It wasn't big enough for their ratings. You know how that goes.
Yes.
So I had to jump in, and the only other thing that is really out there that tells her story is the podcast she did last night, which is the one that we're going to share.
Oh, okay.
Once she's done speaking and bringing us up to speed. The word's not out. That's why you didn't. That's why you didn't.
It's heartbreaking. And now she's out of Illinois. Is that correct?
It is Illinois. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely. Cook County, same place. Anybody in here that has heard of Kenneka Jenkins? Same place where, that cold case is in the same county. There was talk about organs and things. You're going to hear some things that I just hope everybody's prepared for in this story. We've only scratched the surface.
I can only imagine.
Into a lot of detail. Yeah,
I lived in Chicago for a number of years, but I wasn't a nurse at the time. I became a nurse. I kind of went back. It's a second career for me, so I went back to school for nursing later on. But I'm pretty familiar with Cook County, and they do not have a good medical system at all. Sadly, I don't know much about the CPS, but the whole medical system is kind of ugly there. Sadly,
I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe it. Oh my God. When I heard this story towards the end, I was like, oh my God. And Cook County just stood out to me so much. Like, oh, not them again. Not those guys.
Oh, yeah. That Kenneka case was that was an eye-opener. I think that's when I jumped into true crime as far as YouTube goes. And that was, wow. That was a wild one.
Yeah. And it's still wild. I mean, we still have no real answers and no justice.
No, not at all.
And that bothers me because here we are in Cook County again with more corruption. I'm starting to think it's a thing in Cook County. I mean, it happens in other places too, but you know what I'm saying.
I believe it is. It's like it's all the way through, like CPS to the medical to the cops to everywhere. It's creepy.
It really, really is, because these are children and babies.
Exactly.
How in the hell? I don't care how corrupt you are. I mean, how much money does it take for you to just turn your head and pretend not to see everything that happened to this baby?
I don't know. And even at my age, even Kenneka seems like a baby, you know?
Yeah, me too.
It's heartbreaking.
She was. I mean, she's somebody's baby. They're all babies.
She's all of our. Yeah, she's all of our babies. You know, that's what I loved about pediatrics. It's like, you know, it took a whole a whole crew to, you know, take care of one child. And it's the same way with the community. It takes all of us. I think we can all make a difference. And I think in reality, I think this is where the solving of crimes is going to go. I think really a lot more stuff is going to be solved with us web sleuthing and doing whatever we can.
Yes.
You know, as long as we remain ethical and true to the case. But I think more and more cases are going to be solved this way. So
I do too. I do too. That, you know what, some people don't appreciate the social media aspect, but whether they know it or not, it's making a difference. The word is getting out 10 times faster to 10 times more people, and we need to work together. We all have to do this.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, far more. I mean, yeah, you can put up flyers, and I don't, you know, discount the effectiveness of flyers, but I mean, you can send out 10,000 posts on Facebook or Twitter or whatever medium that you use 10 times faster than you can walk around a city and put up flyers. So it's got to be the way of the future, you know, especially for these missing children, when the first 48 hours are just crucial. Yeah. Which is why I will never understand the Summer cases, why, you know, the family waited so long to. That's a whole nother animal. I'm sure you don't want to get into that.
Oh, I'm into that. I'm all into that. I know you are.
I follow every video every clip you've been putting out.
Oh, thank you.
48 hours has been amazing. Just those 20, 30 seconds of info that you've captured have been really captivating.
And the crazy thing is, all I'm doing is clipping out their own words. You don't have to add any music. You don't have to have any fancy jingles. They're telling this Showtime Cinemax drama all by themselves.
Amen. And I think that's exactly what the cops want them to do. I think, I mean, for some reason, at least the dad feels very comfortable speaking, and has not lawyered up yet. And that's exactly, you know, it works right to their favor, you know.
I think he thinks he's smarter than the cops and everybody else for some reason. And he thinks he's getting away with something. But what they don't understand is that these guys are good. And we don't always find everybody. No. But if there's something there, they're going to find it there.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they were running 2 silo investigations at once. You know, they had the quote unquote search investigation, but then they had the real investigation going on.
Exactly.
Parallel. So.
Exactly. That's what I think too, AP.
I think they know far more than, of course, what they're leading on. They can't tell us everything, and why would they? That would just scare everybody away. Or
yeah, they want to make them think that they're getting away with it.
Exactly.
And I appreciate that very much. We've caught a lot of people that way, but in this case, it looks like they really did get away with it. You know, if we don't get this case reopened,
yeah,
it's the end.
How long? I'm sorry, I don't know all the details. How long ago did little baby James die?
This was, oh gosh, I said it wrong earlier today. Let me look at this, because you guys, I got a lot of babies in my head.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not quizzing you. I'm just.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Here we go. 2019, October 31st, 2019.
Wow. Okay.
I've been working on baby Joe earlier today, so I didn't want to give the wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm getting them all mixed up. There's too many babies.
Too many. And they're dying at the hands of family and parents. Like, what?
Right. And there's so many people in this world that, God forbid, we all know that we get into a bind, whether it's medically, financially, whatever it may be. There's always somebody out there, a neighbor, a friend, a medical worker, somebody that would be willing to take that child, whether it's for an hour or a week, just to give you some respite. I mean, there's always a better answer. There's always a better alternative. I just can never grasp. I mean, I'm not a parent myself, but I'll never understand why a parent would choose that route versus take them to a police station, take a child to, look at that one. I forget where it was, but that one young girl that had a child, I think she was like 14 or 15, and she just gave her baby to a woman in a restaurant.
Yeah.
You know, at least,
yeah.
God, I really praise her and commend her for doing the right thing.
Yeah.
At least she didn't kill the poor baby.
Exactly.
panicked, but at least she put the baby in a safe arms, and the baby lived, and everybody, was okay. So
Absolutely. If nothing else, do that.
Most women in this world, we have that motherly instinct that we'll take on that child, and we'll find whatever needs. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are amazing men out there too, but there's something about us women that if somebody gives us a random child, we'll protect them and get them whatever help they need.
Yeah.
So I just wish other people would just choose that route.
I swear. I mean, because why does it have to even, I don't know. They're burying them in the backyards. I saw a woman throw her kids out the window. Like these stories, it just doesn't make any sense. What drives you there? That's what I want to understand. What in the hell can take you to the point where you really just feel like your kids are better off dead?
Exactly. And mental health has always been there. We've always had mental health problems. So why does it make it so much worse now that people are just panicking and then burying their child instead of just at least just leave your child with someone at Walmart or something.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're not going to go to jail for murder. And, like I said, most women would take care of that child, whatever gosh, we do it for a pet. So we do it for a child.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I don't know if we need more safe haven opportunities or places, or I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like it's getting worse and worse. And I don't know if people's coping skills are just failing or what's going on, but.
It actually, you know what? They actually have a term for this. Okay. Filicide. It's a deliberate act of a parent killing their own child. And they actually have reasons. Some parents honestly believe that their child is safer not being in this world.
Did you hear about that recent case? I think it happened near the Miami area. It was an African-American woman. I don't know. She looks to be around in her 40s, about my age. And her 2 young children were found deceased in a canal.
I just saw that today, AP.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, I tagged it today.
And mom was obviously exhibiting some signs of mental illness. I mean, waiting in the canal all day, preaching about the Bible and baptism and everything. So she was obviously in a mental break. But I wish we had more mobile units. I know they're starting to implement mental health units within police departments and everything. So that they could, so that these people are not in fear of being arrested or whatever, but they can get the help they need.
Exactly. That's true. I agree there too.
And the neighbors wouldn't feel so helpless either. I mean, I know neighbors get scared too. They don't want someone to turn on them or, turn a gun on them in this day and age. You just never know.
That's true. You got to call, but you got to call anonymously. You know what I mean?
Yes,
write a letter.
Exactly.
Do something. If I knew that was happening next door to me, nothing could stop me from reporting it.
Amen.
But I would do it anonymously because, like you said, people are crazy, and I got my own family to worry about.
Right. You never know about retaliation, but that's what's so great about the system set up in place is that they have it so that you can call anonymously,
Exactly. So I think Cara might have lost service.
We lost her.
She's on, she hasn't been on Messenger for 14 minutes. That's about how long it's been since we dropped her. It could be bad service or a battery. I do not believe she's not coming back, but let me
drop off.
You're here. No.
Oh.
She wanted to hear from you. So if you would, I don't know what her specific question is or will be, but I'm going to find out, and you and I and she will talk. But can you talk to or speak to this whole rectum falling out? Like, for me, I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the specifics of baby James, but the few, I would say, I was a nurse over 10 years, and my entire time I spent in trauma care, and I would say I could count it on one hand of the times that I saw an obvious prolapse rectum. And I don't know what I can and cannot say on your channel. Is it okay for me to go into some detail about abuse and such?
Please do. Speak freely. We have to get the word out in all its entirety.
Okay. I just want I know everybody has different, wishes on their channel. So run to respect that. So the handful of times that I've always seen it, it was, all 5 of the times that I can think of offhand were all, sadly, it was the father, biological father, and it was either due to some type of penetration of an object and or their own sexual instrument, for lack of a better word. And it's not something that happens with one incident. This is something your rectum is part of your intestines, and it's very elastic. So it can withstand, I hate to say this, but a good bit of pressure and or force. However, to a child, depending on the size and the age, that's obviously not what's supposed to be in that area, of course. And over repeated time, that elasticity of your intestines begins to fail. And as it fails, there's no other way for it to go. So when it's like if you take like a rubber band and you kept stretching it in your hand, and eventually the rubber band loses the elasticity, that's kind of what happens to your intestines. And due to that, that force, eventually it will just literally fall out of the rectum itself, and you'll literally see the intestines come out of the rectum due to the elasticity in that intestine. It's extremely sad.
It is so sad.
The best case scenario is that the young child, male or female, and I've seen it in both, sadly, and all the times that I've seen it, it's been a family member. And the best case scenario is that they can go in and do surgery to repair it. The worst case scenario is what I maybe fathom happened to baby James. Over a period of time, you can get a tear in the intestine. And if that happens, then the contents of whatever goes in anyone's intestine then goes into the open cavity of the stomach, and it can literally cause a serious infection, which in a small child, it doesn't take long to die. In an adult, it might take a little bit longer, but eventually you become very, very bacterially sick. So, you just look sick all over, and then eventually that infection will get into your bloodstream, which is then called sepsis. And then that's usually how the baby will die. I've only seen one case that was so severe the baby was in the ICU as a result of it.
Wow.
But it's not. Yeah, the sad thing is that it's usually a repetitive problem, and that's what makes it so horrific.
And that's what I was asking Kara earlier. I'm saying, do you think that? Well, I didn't ask. I actually said, to me, it sounds like they kept doing it, right? While this was trying to heal, or whatever caused it initially, nobody stopped because it never healed. I don't know. Is that something that could have healed? Or does it mean that it was still being irritated by something? I mean, we know the toothbrush went in there.
Yeah, it can. It has the potential to heal. It depends on how old the child is, the amount of force, and the amount of times that it happened. Let's just say it happened once or twice, and it was something of smaller stature or smaller size. It does have the potential to heal. Your body is an amazing specimen, and it heals through a lot of things. But based on what I know, the little amount of what I know, it sounds like it was repetitive and went on and on. And eventually it would require surgery. And then if still not repaired, it would eventually cause death because it would tear a hole in the little intestine. And you can't have that. All that stuff that's contained within your intestines it's fatal even to an adult. So it would be make a child much sicker.
Yeah, I can imagine everything coming straight into your, that doesn't sound good at all.
All the toxins, everything. Yeah. So God. Based on the small amount that I know, it sounds like it was something that went on and continued to go on.
So let me ask you this, if you know, what, how normal is it that something like this would happen and the doctors would teach someone, hey, listen, we can't fix it, but let me just show you how to push the rectum back up in there.
You do see that sometimes. If I'm a nurse, or was a nurse, I'm disabled now. We don't diagnose, so it would be up to the doctor to diagnose it. But if I saw a toddler or a young child that came in with that, the very first, unless they were born with it, and like I said, in very rare circumstances, you can be born with a prolapsed rectum or all different kinds of anomalies that come with the intestines. However, the very first thing I would suspect as a nurse, if I got this patient, would be some type of sexual abuse, because it's very uncommon. Later on, you'll see kids, before the actual rectum actually prolapses or comes out of the body, you'll see things like older children having, accidents. They're going number 2 in their bed at night, and they have no control over their bowels, or you might be out running errands, and the young child will have accidents at the age of like 7, 8, 9. People, beyond the age of when they would be diaper, trained or whatever. And those are all telltale signs that there's probably maybe some sexual abuse going on if they cannot hold their number 2. So usually you'll start seeing a lot of accidents, or just the inability to contain that. But in a young child like baby James, you maybe wouldn't have seen that because he was still in diapers. But if he wasn't born with any type of rectal abnormality, and then all of a sudden presents with such, that would be a complete red flag to me. I don't know why any doctor in their right mind would not suspect that immediately and just tell a mom or whomever, the caregiver, to just tuck it back up on in. I mean, we're not talking about a geriatric patient that, could easily have a prolapse rectum just because of gravity and time and whatever. We're talking about a baby. So,
okay.
I don't know if I really answered your question, but.
Yeah, you did. You did. And I don't know if it's one of Kara's questions, but I do know that it's a damn good question. I mean, where in the world does someone, what? Here, let me show you how to push it back in. I'm sorry. I've heard of that for maybe like hemorrhoids.
Right. And you do see that in geriatric people because of gravity, and just, you even see it in women, to be honest, with their uterus over time. If a woman never got a hysterectomy, they'll actually have the same problem with their uterus falling if they don't ever get a hysterectomy. But as far as the rectum goes, you do see it in older patients, and you do see it with hemorrhoids. But you can literally, I've had patients where their rectum's literally fallen, but that's just due to gravity. That's just a natural, sadly, just a part of aging, I guess you could say. But I'm talking someone in their 80s and 90s.
Right. I can understand that.
I can't imagine a pediatrician saying that and not suspecting immediately that there's something seriously going wrong.
And from what I understood, the doctor is the one that said, yeah, this doesn't look right. But it was just never taken beyond that. Nobody else, they didn't remove him from the home. They spent more time trying to paint her in a bad light than actually looking into these allegations, even though 2 of the people in the home that baby James was in, one of them had been found with, she just said the number, so much ridiculous, like anime and porn. And that was the dad. That was his dad. Let me get my names right. Thomas Beal. And then the grandfather, Jerry Beal, he was being investigated for molesting his granddaughter, Kara's daughter. And they let that baby stay in the house. And then his rectum ends up basically torn to pieces. 2 + 2 is 4, no?
Exactly. And as a pediatrician, like I said, unless baby James was born with some type of abnormality of its intestines, that should have been a number 1 red flag. And yes, teaching is important. You want to, but yet it's far more important to protect the child, make sure that child's in a safe environment. I mean, as a doctor, as a nurse, we're mandate reporters. We have to report anything of the such. That just, it saddens me. As a pediatrician, they should have done everything. I mean, that's just sad. I mean,
Yeah.
I want to cry just thinking about it.
I know. I'm glad you're here to shine some light on that, though, because I'm just like, well, my first thought was somebody penetrated that baby, period.
Yes.
And if he were my son, I would have said the same thing and all hell would have broken loose. But I'm not in my early 20s and I'm not in a situation with a man who I feel like has sort of saved me, and I don't feel that loyalty and dedication she felt at the time. So it's easy for me to say what I would have did, what I should have did, could have did. You know what I mean? It's easy.
Right.
But in the situation, it's much different. And that's why I wanted to have Kara speak to us, especially before we played the podcast, because there are blanks in the podcast. You know, she's explaining and she's trying to do it in a certain amount of time, I'm sure, and all that. But I have all the time in the world for a story like this, for someone to express and put the whole thing out there.
Yeah. And as do I. I'll do, like I said, I'm disabled now due to some serious health problems of my own, but I've got nothing but time. So, I mean, I'm happy to help you, Q, whenever you need any medical help, and I'm happy to help Kara. I can talk to her. You have my cell phone now. You're welcome to call me. She's welcome to call me. I'll help however I possibly can.
I really, really appreciate that. I really do. And I know she will, because she jumped all over it when she heard you speaking. So clearly she hasn't had a lot of help, especially from the experts around her. They haven't given her any information. So she's having to put all these pieces together by herself and not even understanding some of probably the medical terms and all of that. You can only imagine.
Oh, I can't. No, I just can't imagine. I mean, she's extremely articulate and has extreme resilience. I don't know if I could do what she's doing in my 20s, back when I was in my 20s. And God bless her. I mean, and I'll do whatever I can to help. I mean, it's the least I can do. I have got nothing but time. So
exactly. Good.
It gives me a way to give back. So if I can help somebody, I'll do whatever I can. So what I told Tiffany Marie the other day with Summer. I mean, I'll do whatever I can. Whatever I can to help. It gives me purpose too. So, you know, we're all getting something out of it. So
exactly. We can't, I mean, it's not like we can go out there and into every state and investigate the way we want to. So the least we can do is offer any support, any advice. We can click the like buttons. We can share the videos. That's huge, you guys. If nothing else, you made another person aware of the situation. So please use your power.
Amen.
It is your power. Hellraiser, I do believe Kara's coming back. She hasn't written me and said she's not. I think they were on vacation yesterday when we talked. It could be a signal thing. So we are certainly going to be here, though, because we haven't even started her podcast. So if she comes during it, I'll find out if she wants me to pause it, or she may speak afterwards with any more questions that come up. I just, AP, if you're available, feel free to hang tight, or you can come back on when Kara comes back, whatever you want to do. But I definitely know that she wanted you here. So you are more than welcome to hang out with me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hang for a little bit and see if she comes back on. And
okay.
If not, like I said, I've got nothing but time. I can come back on another time, or she's welcome to call in private, or however you want to do it, Q. It's your show. So.
And I'm definitely going to share her number with you, because I feel like you could be a great adversary for her, and she needs them.
And I would be happy to do so. I truly would.
Beautiful. Awesome. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to read through a couple of comments and see what I'm missing. Thank you so much, Joyce. It's my absolute pleasure. It really, really is. Like I said in the beginning, I was sharing stuff from other creators on Facebook, and, you know, people don't share that stuff. They just want funny videos and drama and rapping, it seems, on Facebook, outside of the groups I named. I was just doing it from my personal page. And I just realized the reach wasn't long enough. So here I am. Here we are. And YouTube has been amazing for these kids. And not that they've done anything directly, but being able to get the word out to so many people so fast, it makes a difference. Yeah. It really does. So everybody should start a channel and everybody should share. I mean, we have a voice here, so let's use it.
Yeah, you may talk me into it. I don't know. I don't know if I have the courage, and eloquency is all you do, but I'm happy to help where I can. So,
you know what, AP, I am literally just being myself. I don't write out a script. I don't get in the mirror and do, you know, mouth my words. I just come from my heart. And that's the only thing I know how to do. That's me all day, every day. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with being me.
I can tell your heart is there, and that's why I was drawn to your channel. So
thank you. I appreciate it. It absolutely is. And I think just like you, Kanika kind of opened my eyes to what the hell, even though she wasn't a baby.
Yeah.
It was just like, this is a hot mess. How can no one know? How can no one care? And then you start to learn about the babies. The West Boys came along, and I got so deep into following that case. Our boys from California City.
Yeah.
6 months now. Stories like that, you have to get involved. I mean, you're involved now, even if you're just sharing and liking. So don't feel bad if you don't start a channel, but use your voice wherever you can.
Do you watch Crenshaw?
I love Crenshaw Incorporated. Absolutely.
I've been watching her now for, gosh, like maybe 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
I started watching her like when the Parkland shooting came around, and so
Crenshaw's amazing. I love her.
You remind me of each other in some way. I don't know. You just have that something about your voice. It's just, yeah.
It's funny you say that, because I remember thinking, like, I think this girl is my sister from another mister.
I can believe that, because I'm like, there's something about Q's voice and Crenshaw. I'm like, God, I mean, they could be cousins, sisters. I don't know, but it's just that something about your smooth voice. I'm like, I don't know. They're definitely connected somehow. And your delivery and your passion. I don't know.
Yes.
A lot of similarities.
That's what it is, I think. It's the passion and the love. It's really there. You can't fake that. Yeah.
No, you can really feel it in some people's channels. You can tell the people that are doing it truly for the right reason, and that they got their heart in it. And then, you know, the others. And I don't care to mention names, but I had a feeling that you would have watched her, at least known of her. So I'm like, I gotta ask. So.
Absolutely, yes, yes. I've been
stuff for those boys. Being out there, I think that helps. I'm not sure where you're located, Q, but
it does help. I'm out in Nevada, so I was able to cover Amari Nicholson and Liam Husted because they were local. It makes a difference when you're close. It really does.
Those two really got to me, especially Liam, because it was like he was that forgotten boy. It was like nobody recognized that poor child.
Right.
I just kept looking at that poor sketch thinking, please, dear God, somebody claim this poor child. Not only is he missing and dead, but he's unknown. It's like he didn't have a name for so long.
Yeah. We named him Little Zion Doe. Oh. How sad is that?
No.
Yeah. Meanwhile, his mom is traveling into Denver and having breakfast with random dudes. Like, I need about 5 minutes with her. I really do.
I'll pay you to get there.
And we won't be talking.
I'll pay your gas and dinner.
Listen, I'm so serious. Oh my gosh. She's here now. They brought her back to Nevada. She went to court this morning. I haven't had a chance to dig in too much deeper than that, but Nevada's going to stick it to her. They want her for open murder. Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, they just been waiting on the extradition. They are so not done with her. You just drop this baby off in the middle of nowhere by a jogging path. And then from the way his body was discovered, he was dragged. Multiple scratches and stuff. And since I've been out there, I know it's because there's nothing but a lot of little gravel rocks on the ground.
Oh, he's like out in the desert somewhere?
It is. It's going up the road we call Blue Diamond, and between like Pahrump and Las Vegas, which is basically the country.
Okay.
If we have one, you're welcome, Hellraiser. Yes, that is the link for the petition. Everybody, please sign it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, from what I saw, I don't know how she planned it or if she even did plan it. I feel like she could have just been on her way to Denver and she stopped at the first wooded area she could get into.
Jeez.
It's really sad. As I walked around, I found myself asking, how in the hell did she get this baby up here? Because I was winded just from walking. I was literally winded. It's a trail.
Some hikers found him, right?
Yeah, right. They went just off the jogging path. They said about 6 to 8 feet in, and he was behind a tree. And I'm telling you that there's bushes and trees and dirt and rocks. And so I was like, how did she carry him? Like that she would have been tired. So then I started thinking maybe she walked him, which was even more morbid to have your child walk to their death, but it turns out in the report that he had multiple scratches all over his body. And I said, oh shit, that's what happened. She dragged that baby up the hill, off the path, behind a tree.
Gosh, I didn't know all that.
Yeah, it just came out the last couple of days. He has a playlist. You can certainly catch up in there, honey. I try to stick to the cases, even though I'm looking at a lot of them. I always go through my playlist. I go back to the local area, to the news, and I find the latest updates because that's important to me to know the whole story.
Yeah.
It's not enough just to know,
context is everything.
Yes, absolutely. Leanne, I didn't even see the comment. You said ignore it, but I missed it. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Okay, Kara, if you are able to listen, I'm going to go ahead and, there we go.
Yeah, Q, I think I'll bounce off for you because I don't want to distract you. I could talk all night cases with you.
Listen, no, we're gonna meet again because if nothing else, we'll do it again with Kara.
Yeah.
But I love your insight, period. So I may be calling on you to ask questions for more cases if you don't mind.
I would absolutely love that. I feel like God put us together for a reason. So
yes.
I'm a strong believer in that. So you've got my cell phone. I don't check my email that regularly. So if you need me for anything, just feel free to hit me up on my cell, and I'd be happy to jump on a stream anytime as long as I'm feeling up for it medically. I'm happy to be there for you, Q. And please go ahead and pass along my cell to Kara. And I'm available anytime she needs it.
Awesome. I will let her know. I got a feeling she's listening and just can't reply right now, but I will pass it along. I will talk to her. And maybe after you guys talk, we'll come back together. By then she can get her questions out and, where she wants to go with it. But look for me in the next day or so to reach out because I'm going to talk to Kara again today for sure, no matter what.
Will do. Be happy to. God bless Q. I appreciate it. Kara, if you're listening, I'm here for you, and you are not alone. You are loved, and there are people here to help you now. So,
thank you so much. Beautiful.
You are so welcome. God bless Q. Take care.
You too. God bless you. We'll talk to you soon, AP. Thank you for coming on.
You bet. Good night. Good
night, sweetie. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and okay. Trying to share the link for the petition. Okay, got it, Leanne. Yeah, I think you have to be a moderator or something, and I can't even make you a moderator inside of StreamYard. So let me drop the link again. And thank you again, AP, for coming in and sharing that medical experience because I needed to understand. I didn't think there was any other way that a rectum could go through this. And I understand for the elderly, definitely. Everything starts to hang and drag and drop. But the babies, I just don't understand how that happened to him if it wasn't some sort of sexual abuse. And the fact that you have him, you being the judge and the GAL and the police department, all you guys allowed baby James to live in a house with a man who was known for having pornography, child pornography, and a man who was being investigated for molestation, not just molestation, but of his own granddaughter. You guys failed James and Kara so miserably. And what I want to do is just shine light all over you. Every single one of you. Now, if Kara comes back tonight, we will definitely get back to her and her questions she had for AP and any questions that might come up after you listen to this podcast. Again, listener discretion is advised. There's a lot to this story, and Kara is so strong. She will explain it to you in grave detail. All my pleasure, AP. And you're right. God bless all our beautiful babies on this planet. Every single one of them. Correct, Lisa. She did say that Grandpa, her daughter told her that Grandpa put a toothbrush in his butt. Absolutely. And this was after he'd already been to the doctor. So, you know, maybe that was the only time the daughter saw it. I don't know. But something had to be going on prior to the toothbrush incident for him to even end up in the hospital. I believe it was 9 times. So let's go ahead and just get on into the podcast because I want Kara to tell her story. I don't think anyone could do it better. I'll be looking at the comments. Sorry if I miss anything. I'm also going to be listening. The more I hear it, the more I understand. So that's important to me. Thank you again to everybody here with us tonight. Please be sure to click the like and spread the word. Justice for James. James Ryker Beal. Now, bear with me while I start this. I know he played music in the beginning of his podcast. I don't want to do that.
So, how people can do any harm to a child, just ticks me off.
Me too.
CPS workers don't really care.
He's a little hard to hear, but we're going to start right here.
Don't go after the ones that don't really do nothing, and somebody just spitefully wants to tell some lies, they go after. So it's really jacked up. Caller 9459. Caller, state your name, where you calling from, and what it is where you live at.
Hi, I'm Kara Witkowski. I'm the mother of James Ryker Beal, and I am from Illinois.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm actually in Wisconsin right now, having a lovely vacation with my daughter.
Is she?
You know, she is doing well. It's definitely been a rough 2 years for both of us. You know, it's been just as hard on her as it has been for me and the rest of my family. But, you know, days like today where I see her smile and I see the light in her eyes are days that I cherish forever.
Okay. Well, this is a great my show. This is why I built the show, for things that society don't know about that need to be heard. And we're not here, just like other children that are not here, to speak for themselves. We have advocates as far as real parents that care about their kids and want to do by their children. So I applaud you. I think it's great that you came on the show to tell James's story and tell your story. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me. You know, I'm very appreciative for the opportunity. to tell our story. And I am very appreciative of people like you who are willing to give a place for advocates and mothers and victims like myself, as well as survivors, to tell their stories. So basically, this all starts in 2019. So we're going on 2 years. I was in a very toxic relationship. I had entered into a relationship when I was 17 years old with a 26-year-old man. Like most 17-year-olds, I was naive, and I was not aware of what I was really getting into. At that time, I was living with a friend, and that went south because she had a type of housing where she could not have a roommate live with her. It was like assisted living, basically. So anyways, we were seeing each other, not romantically, more as, just kind of intimate, but not romantic. And so because we were seeing each other, his mother had a building, and his mother owned this building, and he resided in it along with another friend of ours, which was a mutual friend. And they invited me to come stay with them. Things got, basically very romantic quickly between me and Thomas Beal, who's the father of my children. And he asked me to get into a relationship with him. The relationship was great at first. I basically felt like he had saved me. He had taken me out of a very toxic situation. He had given me a place to live, even though I was paying the rent and I was paying the bills. But I still felt very grateful, being a 17-year-old with nowhere else to go. And the reason why I stayed with him as long as I did is probably because of that day where I felt as somebody gave me an opportunity, which I didn't think that I would have. So basically, it was very romantic. And I think that's so important to talk about because these predators, it's not like that at first. It's not like someone is horrible the very first thing. They're typically very charming. Hi, I'm Kara Witkowski. I'm the mother of James Riker Beal, and I am from Illinois.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm actually in Wisconsin right now, having a lovely vacation with my daughter.
Is she?
You know, she is doing well. It's definitely been a rough 2 years for both of us. You know, it's been just as hard on her as it has been for me and the rest of my family. But, you know, days like today where I see her smile and I see the light in her eyes are days that I cherish forever.
Okay. Well, this is a great honor to have you on our show. This is why I built the show, for things that society don't know about that need to be heard. And it's not here, just like all other children that are not here to speak for themselves. We have advocates as far as real parents that care about their kids. And want to do by their children. So I applaud you. I think it's great that you came on the show to tell James's story and tell your story. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me. You know, I'm very appreciative for the opportunity to tell our story. And I am very appreciative of people like you who are willing to give a place for advocates and mothers and victims like myself, as well as survivors, to tell their stories. So basically, this all starts in 2019. So we're going on 2 years. I was in a very toxic relationship. I had entered into a relationship when I was 17 years old with a 26-year-old man. Like most 17-year-olds, I was naive, and I was not aware of what I was really getting into. At that time, I was living with a friend, and that went south because she had a type of housing where she could not have a roommate live with her. It was like assisted living, basically. So anyways, we were seeing each other, not romantically, more as, you know, just kind of intimate, but not romantic. And so because we were seeing each other, his mother had a building, and his mother owned this building, and he resided in it along with another friend of ours, which was a mutual friend. And they invited me to come stay with them. Things got, you know, basically very romantic quickly between me and Thomas Beal, who's the father of my children. And he asked me to get into a relationship with him. The relationship was great at first. I basically felt like he had saved me. He had taken me out of a very toxic situation. He had given me a place to live, even though I was paying the rent and I was paying the bills, but I still felt very grateful, you know, being a 17-year-old with nowhere else to go. And a reason why I stayed with him as long as I did is probably because of that day where I felt as somebody gave me an opportunity, which I didn't think that I would have. So basically, it was very romantic. And I think that's so important to talk about because these predators, it's not like that at first. It's not like someone is horrible the very first thing. They're typically very charming, very charismatic, very manipulative. You know, you're completely fallen under their spell because they're so good at what they do, and they have been practicing it for so long. So I was definitely head over heels. I was in love with him. I ended up getting pregnant at 19. So we had been seeing each other for about a year because I had just turned 18 2 months after, you know, we were seeing each other. And then when we became romantically involved, it was about a year. And then I found out I was pregnant with my daughter. It was a complete flip. When I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, he started becoming very hostile towards me. He was very angry. He did not want to have a child. He told me to abort our child. He was not happy at all. I basically told him that I wanted to have our child because I was 19 and I wasn't making a lot of money. I was considering an open adoption to give her the best possible chance at life. He did not like that idea either, and he did not know that we were going to have a daughter. I told him that I couldn't, decide the gender, but by what I was reading with cravings and everything else, I thought our child was going to be a boy. He became very excited when I thought our child was going to be a boy, and everything changed. He said he wanted to raise our child with me. He was not getting work. I ended up taking up 2 jobs. I bought everything for the nursery myself. I paid all the medical bills myself. I became very hardworking at 19, taking up 2 jobs just so we could have this child. I found out that we were having a girl. I let him know we were having a girl. And immediately it was, again, you need to abort this child. I don't want anything to do with this child. We cannot go through with this because of the gender change. And I was like, well, now, you committed to this. This is what's going to happen. We are having this child, whether you want to be involved in her life or not, that's on you. But I'm having this child and I will raise her myself if I have to. So he was even telling me at 9 months to abort her. Things became very abusive. He was telling me to kill myself, and he knew I had depression as well as PTSD, and he would tell me to kill myself while I was pregnant, which was very dangerous because my pregnancy with her was actually, there was a special condition with her where the placenta was basically flattened out, and it was a high-risk pregnancy. So on top of the stress of that and working, he was telling me to kill myself every day, and it was getting very difficult. So I ended up staying with my parents a bit and telling him basically, we're separated. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure she's safe, and I'm going to have her and get my own apartment, and when she's born. Right. So anyways, I gave him the opportunity to come to the hospital. And he did not even want to come to the hospital to see his daughter when she was born. I was like, well, you know what? If you're not going to come to the hospital and see your daughter when she's born and hold her and be with her, then I am going to give her your last name. Because there was a whole issue with that. There was a whole fight where he didn't want her to have his last name. And I knew that he would regret not being with her at the hospital. So that was my condition with him. And he said, okay, I'll come to the hospital as long as you, he said, I'll come to the hospital as long as you give her your last name. So I gave her my last name, and that was why her name is Witkowski instead of Beal. So after I had her, his attitude changed. He was very connected to her, very close to her, wanted to be with her always, became like a very loving and doting father. He was completely ignoring me, didn't show any love towards me, affection towards me, and I was fine with that because she was happy. And so we were raising her together. I started pulling away from him, and as soon as I started pulling away from him, that's when he wanted to be close to me. So things ended up going well for a bit. I mean, there was still, toxic things like psychologically and emotionally, but there was no physical abuse. There was no sexual abuse. There was no, major concerns. And Sasha was happy. I was happy. So I thought, that was going well. We ended up moving into the suburbs. We got out of the south side of Chicago into the suburbs. We were living with his father and his stepmother, who were a lot of help with Sasha because I was going through postpartum pretty bad while working. Right. I tried to bring Sasha to work with me. They would not allow it. So because my boss wouldn't allow me to go to work with her, she ended up being watched a lot by her step-grandmother and her grandfather, and she loved her step-grandmother, and I felt very comfortable with the step-grandmother. The grandfather, however, I found very controlling, and he always wanted things his way. He wanted her to eat what he wanted her to eat, even though it wasn't healthy for her. He was very obsessed with constantly giving her apple juice, which annoyed me. showering her with gifts all the time, toys, needing to have her in his presence like all the time. I mean, even though you're a grandfather, it was very weird because we had not had any relationship with Tom's father beforehand. It was literally I had Sasha and all of a sudden his father came into our lives. I had maybe met his father twice, and then all of a sudden it was every single day. So it was very weird. Especially considering Tom had told me his father was highly abusive, like sadistically abusive, broke his brother's collarbone, was highly abusive with Tom as well. And, I mean, there was broken bones, sprained bones. It was very concerning. So I told them basically that I didn't really feel comfortable with her around his father. And I mentioned this many times, and he didn't really care. And I have a medical condition where I don't drive. So because I wasn't driving, he would control that. So he would take her there whenever he chose. So I figured, okay, I'm not able to control this part, but I can control where we live. So I got us a place in Elk Grove Village. Before we went to Elk Grove Village, though, his dad had a condo in Palatine. So we went to go stay in Palatine, not with his father, but in a separate place. So when we were staying in the separate place, his father was still being extremely controlling, needing to come over every single day. Even though it was our place, he was coming in whenever he felt like it. It was way too much for me, and I didn't like, again, the obsession with our daughter, and I wanted to get further away from him. So I saved up all my money, and I got us a place in Elk Grove Village, and I'm literally paying all the bills. I'm paying rent. I'm paying for the car. I am paying everything. He wasn't working, and if he did work, it was very shoddy. It would be like Lyft and Uber, and it would be twice a month if I was lucky. So I was paying for everything. We were living in Elk Grove Village. We had talked about having a second child because at this time, Sasha was 2.5. We wanted the children to be 2 years apart. I never had a sibling growing up. He had a brother. He said that having a brother was great. We did a lot of research, and we found that it would be the best decision to have a second child and have that child be from, you know, the same father.
Right.
So we ended up doing that. And that was the easiest pregnancy of my life because, it was a son. So I think that mattered a lot to him. He was very kind to me. He did not yell at me. He did not scream at me. He didn't cheat on me. He was just like very good to me during that pregnancy. So I was not expecting what came next. So we ended up having my son, and I was immediately attached to my son. I mean, it was instantaneous because I got to do, what was it? What is that when they have the child with you right away, skin to skin? I got to do skin to skin with my son. I didn't get to do skin to skin with my daughter because I had to have an epidural. I did not have an epidural with my son. My son was without an epidural. So I took my son to work with me. I did not let my son out of my sight. I was so attached to my son. My ex was not at all attached to my son. He didn't like being around him. He didn't like being with him. He didn't like watching him. It seemed like my son was a nuisance to him. Like he just ignored my son. And I thought it was the strangest thing because he was obsessed and always with my daughter and very loving towards my daughter and showed no affection whatsoever towards my son, which was odd. And besides that, he started to get very hostile and very like mean towards me for no reason. And it went from things were okay to things were like horrible. He was calling me names. He was very rude. And then one night in particular in August, which it was actually right before my birthday because my birthday is September 8th and this was August. And in August, I was on my phone and I was just laying in bed and James was in the front room in his pack and play. Sasha, I believe, was at her grandfather's and he came in the bedroom. I was on my phone and he just grabbed me. He held me down. I remember looking to the side and, he inserted himself into me anally, without any lubricant whatsoever as he was holding me down. I screamed, I cried, I told him to stop. I had no idea what was going on. At one point I went limp because I was in shock. And then when he was finished, he looked right at me and he said, "How did you enjoy your anal rape?" And I didn't know what to think. I was literally, I mean, even just talking about it today, it was one of those what the fuck just happened moments. Like, you can't even comprehend it. This is a man who you have been with, you know, since you were 17, and all of a sudden he just decides to sexually assault you. And he literally looks in your face and says, "How did you enjoy it?" It was very surreal for me. I ran to the bathroom. I was crying. I didn't know what to say to him. I didn't say anything to him. And I messaged one of my friends. Yeah.
Like, did he ever say what made him do that? Like,
he did the next day. I couldn't even talk to him about it that day because I was so in shock and in so much pain, and I didn't even know what to say. That day to me is still like, it's one of those insane moments where you're just, I don't know. I was literally frozen in shock because it just made no sense to me. So I messaged my friend. I'm like, "I think I was just raped." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I explained to him what happened. He goes, "Yeah, you were raped." So the next day, I confronted him about it, and I was like, "I don't want you to touch me. I don't want you to be with me. I don't want anything to do with you." And I told him I wanted to leave. I told him I wanted out, and I was done. And he told me that, he had been sexually abused as a child. He told me he was really messed up in the head, that he had multiple personality disorder, and he was afraid of telling me, and that he wanted to get help. He didn't want to lose the kids. And I told him basically, I was like, I want nothing to do with you, and I'm going to see other people, but we can stay together for the kids in a home. And if you're actually getting better, then this will work. If you're not getting better, then it's not going to work. But I wanted to give him that chance because I felt bad for him. I also had been sexually assaulted as a child, so I feel like he was kind of playing on those emotions, and I felt terrible for him. For someone to be that sick, it was hurting me to think that he was hurting that bad, that he would do something like that. I was looking at it from a very naive perspective. And at that time I was 21 years old. And now looking back at it, I should have ran that day. I should have gotten the kids. I should have grabbed them, and I should have gotten the hell out of there, because if anyone could do that to someone they claimed to have loved and had children with, that should have been like, you need to get the hell out of that house.
Right.
And I wish I did that. I really do, looking back. But anyways, so things continued. Like I said, I was going to see other people, and I did. I found someone that I was seeing spontaneously. And even though he agreed to me seeing other people, he was very against it. He would call me a whore in front of our children. He would berate me. He would say horrible things to me. He would tell me to kill myself. Things would just get worse and worse and worse. He kept bringing my daughter to his father, even though I kept telling him not to. I had to hire a babysitter paying $200 a month, which was one of my really good friends, just so she wouldn't go there. She started displaying signs that she was being abused. She would have random bruises that she couldn't tell us where she got them. And then she would play out these scenarios where her toys were hitting each other and hurting each other. She would say, "Grandpa's hitting me." She started saying that she was being touched, at which point the babysitter and I both went to Tom and said, "You got to talk to your father." And he never talked to his father. And then we also told him we want her to see a child psychologist. And I actually called up a child psychologist before the custody case even started. So fast forward 7 months in advance, things were just becoming too much. I was working 90 to 120 hours a week. I was totally burning myself out. I was taking James with me. I was trying to make sure food was on the table and keep my sanity. Unfortunately, with the assault and the way that he was acting and the emotional and psychological abuse that was constant, I was not able to keep my sanity, and I ended up breaking. And I had to actually put myself in the hospital for about a week because I seriously felt suicidal. And I said that I did, and I voluntarily put myself in the hospital to be better because I didn't want my kids to lose their mother. Right. And then when I got out of the hospital, things were better for like maybe a week. He was very nice to me. He was very kind to me. Again, it was like a honeymoon thing where he had pretended like he had changed. He was a total different person, which I didn't care about. I still didn't want anything to do with him, but it seemed like he was getting somewhat better. And then in March of 2019, the same thing happened where I was just laying in bed, and my son was in his bedroom because we had moved. I had gotten us a house in Elgin, so we were living in a 3-bedroom home, total upgrade. And this was like right after, it was either right before I went in the hospital or right after. I cannot remember, but I remember him literally coming to the hospital just so he could get rent, so I could still pay the pill while I was in a mental hospital. So that tells you a lot, that the person who is in a mental hospital is still paying the bills. So anyways, so in March of 2019, it was the same scenario where I'm basically just laying on a bed. James is in the next room, and he comes in, and I had just gotten him a job finally. I had applied to 200 places for him, got him a job at a factory, because we could not do it anymore. I mean, the money was getting so thin, and something had to give. So I basically forced him to get a job, which I'm sure he didn't appreciate. And I'm wondering if that's where this next act came from. But he came in, I was laying on the bed, and again, he held me down. He grabbed me. My face was directly in the pillow. I was screaming. I was crying. I told him to stop. He said he would not stop until he came. After he was finished, while I was trying to pull him out of me, I was grabbing, it was literally a mattress, and I was grabbing the edge of the mattress trying to pull myself out from under him, which it didn't work because his weight was far greater than mine. So when he was finally done, I ran into the bathroom and I started crying, and he ran in after me, washed his hands, and then flicked the water in my face, and just left. And when he left, I called my friend, and I was like, I can't do it anymore. He had made threats to throw me down the stairs of our new home, which I was paying for, and I had gotten for him, and he threatened to kill me by throwing me down the stairs. He had threatened to throw a TV on top of me 15 times. He told me I'd have to explain how that happened to the police. Things were escalating very quickly. With that assault, he told me that if I didn't comply, he was going to lock me in the attic. So I told my friend all of this. And I was like, I need to get out of here. I can't do it anymore. You know, can you help me? And she was in New Hampshire. She had a big home. And she was like, yeah, we'll make it happen. You know, anything you need. Because we literally had text messages, me and my ex, back and forth, where he talked about how he had narcissistic personality disorder. He told me that he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. He admitted to assaulting me, you know, and she told me, okay, let's do this. So she sent the itinerary. She sent the plane tickets to my email. A couple days later, I went to work. Well, before I did all this, I'd actually written on like this PTSD site what had happened to me. And I never said that I was raped because I didn't want to raise any red flags. I didn't want anyone calling the police because I already had a plan to get out. And I didn't want anything messing that up and ruining the lives of my children. So when I was on this site, some idiot called the police and actually reported from a different state. And my ex was gotten a hold of. I'm not sure how. He never said. I don't know if this person Facebooked him or what. And he started freaking out. And he was like, you know, you're going to have the police come pick me up at this new job. You're going to ruin our lives. And, you know, you're going to make everything worse for us. You know, he threatened to take the kids and take them to Poland because he has EU citizenship, you know, and I was absolutely terrified. And I told him straight out, I said, I never said, you know, in this post that I was raped. I said, you did rape me, but I never said in this post that I was raped. So I basically tried to calm him down. Didn't really work. I was terrified at that point because I knew he would be coming back. The day after we went to his father's house for breakfast, things definitely seemed weird. He was super quiet. He didn't say anything, but then he started messaging me. He pretended to go to a therapy appointment. When he got back from his therapy appointment, that's when he was messaging me and talking about how the therapist said that he had a dissociative fugue state and all these things that seemed like really legitimate and seemed like something that actually came from the mouth of the therapist. And I was like, okay, well, you know, what do you need me to do? Like, how do you need me to help you with stress, etc.? And he was like, you know, no, you don't need to help me. It's just me. You know, I'm going to try smoking weed. I'm going to try doing this, anything, you know, to get me to relax, basically. So I was like, okay. So the day after that, I had to go to work. I still had the plan to leave. He always brought James to me when I was at work because I would take James to work with me. And I thought it was really weird that he purposely didn't have James. So I said, can you please get James and bring him to me while I'm at work? And he brought James. And when he brought James, he confronted me. And he's like, how could you do the one thing that would make me kill myself? And my boss came out. My boss's husband came out. My client was there. My client's husband was there. And he just starts going on about like how he knows. And I was like, you kept raping me and threatening to kill me. What was I supposed to do? And he, you know, he said, I want you to come with me in the car. And my boss was like, you're not going with him in the car. She had been through an abusive relationship herself, and she knew that if I went in the car with him, I probably wouldn't come back. And she kept telling me not to go in the car with him. And they all were telling him to leave. And at first he would not leave. He told me that if he was going to be going, this was when he was telling me that he was going to kill himself, that the kids would be going with him. And that was, of course, very concerning for all of us. And we kept telling him to leave and to, of course, you know, leave the kids with us. And he finally left. I did not have Sasha at this point. She was at his father's house because he had taken her there without letting me know. I had James. And anyways, so after that had happened, I went into the bathroom and I got a call from him, and he told me, like, now that we were completely done, he could tell me the truth. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I don't have any of those disorders. I was lying the whole time. I just did that to keep assaulting you. And he used the word raping. And after that, I was just done. I had no pity for him. I had no sympathy for him. And I let my boss know, like, I needed to leave to go file a police report. I filed the police report. I did the rape kit. I did everything, you know, that I was supposed to do. And they actually arrested him. I even had text messages. I showed them the text messages where he admitted to assaulting me multiple times. It was literally in 5 different communications between text messages and Facebook messages. So they arrested him. They told me they would let me know what was going to happen. The next day I get a call from his friend, and his friend is like, oh, no, it wasn't a call. I'm sorry. It was a Facebook message. His friend's like, they're letting him out. I was like, what? What do you mean they're letting him out? Why am I not getting a call from a detective? Why am I not getting a call from a prosecutor? Why am I not getting a call from anyone of importance? Why am I talking to you? And I called the detective, and she's like, yeah, they're letting him out, but he said he wouldn't go see you. I was like, yeah? And you trust that? I mean, there was no order of protection. There was no anything, and I was freaking out. The cop even came by, the one who had taken the complaint and everything, and he looked down, and it was like really sad. And he gave me some paperwork that I was supposed to sign, which were like my rights as a victim and everything else that no one had told me and I had never signed. And then there was paperwork that was misfilled out that should have been correctly filled out. And I said, am I going to have to share custody with my rapist? Like, am I going to have to send this man to see my kids? And he literally looked down at the floor and said, I hope not. And he just laughed. So at that point, I was told to get an order of protection. I got an emergency order of protection. The judge even said that if he didn't grant me the order of protection, he was afraid what would happen to me. So he granted it immediately. Then I had the plenary order of protection Tom actually admitted in court that he sent every single text message. He sent all the Facebook messages saying that he assaulted me. He never denied it. And then he admitted to assaulting me, but said he admitted it because he wanted to break up with me, which made no sense because there was messages literally like confessing his love for me and how he never wanted me to leave him and how I was the best thing that ever happened to him. He even said in court that I was the best thing that ever happened to him. So the judge had granted the plenary order of protection, had the kids as protected parties. Everything seemed to be going well. My lawyer was shocked because apparently this judge is known for not being too kind to women. So after this all happened, she goes, well, don't worry about everything. Everything should be good. You don't have to come to court the next time because all we're doing is setting up supervised visits. So I get a call at work, and she's just like, I don't know how to tell you this, but he's not doing supervised visits. And at this point, they had no psych evals. They had text messages that said that this man was a danger, that he thought he was a danger to his own children, that he had no sense of ethics, and they still wanted to give him unsupervised visits. And this is a man who admitted to assaults. It made absolutely no sense to anyone. So they give him this unsupervised visitation. My daughter comes back the first day with bruising on the back of her legs. So she had a bruise underneath her right butt cheek. It was gray and yellow. It was very dark. She had this dark, deep lower back bruise. And she had already had like a red mark there, but it was very dark, and it was more than it was the last time I had seen it. So anyways, I called up my best friend, who was also the babysitter for my daughter. And I was like, what should I do here? I don't want to, upset the apple cart. I'm concerned about the custody case. She's just like, just take it to the cops and have them document it. Well, there was already a case with DCFS and the Elgin police because there was a hard drive that was found in the back of the car. So we shared a car. He was the one that drove the car. I was the one that paid for the car because I had the credit and he had the driving ability. When he was arrested, they took the car. After he was arrested, they gave me the car because it was in my name. When the car was found, I went through the car and there was a hard drive. I had some friends with me and they had a computer, so I looked at the hard drive because I wanted to see, at what was on it, especially after him admitting that he had lied to me this whole time. So I looked at the hard drive and I was just absolutely disgusted. There was a folder marked LOL, and I clicked on this folder and it was these disgusting animated images of children that were depicted like 3 and 4 years old doing graphic sex acts with adults and other children. At that point, I had seen enough. I was completely mortified. I called the detective on my assault case. I let her know. She said to bring the drive in. I said, we can even bring the computer in if you have concerns about that. She said it was not necessary. So she took the drive. I did not know of any other content on it at that point. So we get into, this whole police report regarding my daughter. So we ended up going to the police because of the hard drive concerns, because my daughter had a irritated looking and red private area, as well as the specific bruising and where it was. They wanted me to take her to the hospital. So I took her to Northwest Community Hospital. She was diagnosed with a contusion and domestic concerns, which again was reported to DCFS. So after she was diagnosed with this, they said there was no need to do a sexual assault kit. They didn't have any of those concerns, and I trust the doctor, so I was like, fine, no problem. Then I get a call from a Dr. Gregory at Children's Laureate Hospital saying that she wants me to come in and have my daughter do an assault kit and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, when do you want me to do this? And the doctor said it wasn't necessary. And she said, we can have her come in Monday, which was already much later from the day that she would have been supposedly assaulted. So I was like, well, if we do it on Monday, there's not even going to be any evidence. I don't know what you're, looking for. But she wanted us to come in, so I said, fine. Then she calls me and she goes, oh, never mind. We don't need you to come in because there's no investigation against the grandfather, which is Jerry Beal. And I was like, well, I have the paperwork from the DCFS investigator, which was 2 days ago, saying that there is. And an investigation goes on for at least 2 weeks. So she's like, okay, you can come in then. So we came in. My daughter's behavior was very weird. You know, she grabbed an attendant's breast. She didn't even notice when she was anally swabbed. And the vaginal exam, she was actually opening herself up for, and it was highly concerning. Like, this was all very normal to her. So after that was all done, I go to my lawyer. I let my lawyer know everything that's been happening. Sasha had even made disclosures that were on videotape because I had put up cameras in my house regarding the order of protection.
Right.
So my lawyer's like, okay, we need to go for an emergency order of protection or we need to go for an emergency to get you full custody at this point, because she had major concerns. I had major concerns. Everyone had major concerns. So we go in front of the judge. We give him all this evidence. And this was on April 25th. And he's like, okay, well, the grandfather can't be anywhere near the kids. And we're like, okay. His lawyer, my ex's lawyer, pipes up and is like, well, he lives with his dad. And literally Judge Dalton says, okay, well, he can just go in another room then. And I was just like, are you kidding me? And I asked my lawyer, I go, is there anything we can do about this?
Okay, beautiful people. I'm pausing just for a moment to welcome back Kara. Kara, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
I just wanted to apologize. I was having technical difficulties on my end, and I would keep trying to get in, and I would keep getting kicked out. So I'm not really sure if I was in like a dead zone or what was going on, but I meant no disrespect.
Oh, no. We didn't take it that way at all. I explained to them you had been on vacation, probably lost signal, and that you weren't going to just leave us hanging. I know you would at least let me know what was going on. You're good. AP did come up.
Great.
And she is willing to come back. Do you want me to finish the podcast, or would you like to go ahead and ask your questions to her now? It's up to you.
I can go ahead and ask those questions.
Okay. All right. AP, sweetheart, you still have your link. Can you come back up now? We picked her brain a little bit. At least I did. When you replay it, you'll hear, or you may ask the same questions, but she's more than willing to help you. She sent me her phone number. I'm going to forward that over to you. So after the show, you can keep in touch, okay? Okay, let me make sure. Okay, there we go. Let me get AP back in here. And I'm going to let you go ahead and just talk it out with her, because I know you haven't had a lot of people, you know, that really had your back and everything. And you're in a safe place, and I want you to get your questions answered. So I'm just going to listen for a moment, okay?
Sure.
Okay. AP, are you there, sweetheart?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you
Hi.
hear me okay?
Yes, AP.
Yeah, I can hear you.
AP, go for it.
Hi, so thank you so much for agreeing to be on the show. I've never really gotten to speak to a medical professional in regards to these records, because just as a CNA, I found them highly concerning. So it is good to speak with an RN. Basically, I can send over these records for you to examine as well, to get your expert opinion. But one of the greatest questions that I have was, it was August 12th that my son was at Children's Lurie's Hospital, and there was a doctor by the name of Timothy Lutz. And Timothy Lutz released my son from Children's Lurie's Hospital and did not mention any of the swelling or abnormalities with his rectum. Now, he was sent to he was sent to Northwest Community on the 13th, and they said that his rectum had swelled to the size of an orange. Now, in your opinion, medically, is this something that could happen within a couple of hours?
Yes, it could with severe or a very large object that was inserted. And I'm so sorry, Kara. Let me first and foremost say, I am deeply, deeply sorry for your traumatic loss. I just can't even put into words how courageous you are And I just have to say that first and foremost. Abuse cases were some of my hardest cases. I can't tell you how many times I drove home. I worked night shift my whole career. I'm disabled now. And the abuse cases were by far the hardest cases to take. So I commend you for being the voice for your beautiful son and for staying strong for your beautiful daughter. I had to say that first. I've just heard your story over the last couple of days, and I'm so moved. And as I told Q, I'm here for you. I will stand by you, and you can. I gave Q my cell phone. You can call me offline any day, any time of the day. I will be here for you. I promise you. And I'm a girl of my word. So you have that first and foremost.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You are so welcome. You need allies. You know, you need people to stand by you, and I'm happy to do that for you. Yes, it can happen with one very traumatic incident if it was a large object and if it was inserted very harshly. Usually, we see prolapse rectums happen over a period of time, but since your son was just a toddler, it wouldn't take much for something that traumatic to happen.
Sure.
But the size of an orange, I mean, that is significant abuse.
Swelling. Yeah.
Yes. And I don't know your whole story. I do sadly know that he did pass. I don't know exactly what of. Did he pass?
Cervical spinal cord injury.
Okay. So most likely shaking.
Go on.
Shook or?
We don't know because unfortunately the body of my son was so mangled when he finally got to the forensic pathologist, and his organs weren't even included along with the neck organs and hyoid bone, which even my forensic pathologist said it rarely ever happens. They don't just take those organs and not send them along with the body to be examined.
Yeah,
so she didn't have. Exactly. So she didn't have anything really to work with. I mean, they didn't have tissues either for her to see. She couldn't even tell me what the deep tissue back bruising was from because she didn't have the tissues to tell that story. So it was all reliant upon the police, because her first medical opinion and her first concern was suffocation, because there was bruising, discoloration around his nose and his mouth. And that's what you see in suffocation. But because there's so little forensics in regards to suffocation, that relies solely on the investigation done by the prosecutor's office and the police department.
And why was it that his organs were not there? Who removed them? Was it the coroner that removed?
John Walsh, who no longer works at the Cook County Medical Examiner's office and was only a fellow. This was somebody in training for forensic pathology. This was not somebody who was certified in forensic pathology.
Okay.
So he didn't even have a certification.
Cook County has a horrible reputation. I lived in Chicago for a long time, but I wasn't a nurse at the time. I went back to school for nursing. But Cook County has a horrible reputation, which I'm sure you've probably heard of.
Extremely corrupt reputation.
It is. From top to bottom. I knew that even before I even got into the medical field. And sure. I'm not afraid to say that, and I'll stand by that. Okay, so the organs removed at Cook County, and then what did you then have your son then sent to a different or a private medical examiner?
Yes, sent by a forensic pathologist. I will not mention her name.
No.
But yeah, he was sent to my independent pathologist, and almost a year later, she was allowed to examine the organs. And regarding the examination of his organs, she had to be supervised by someone there. They wouldn't even send them to her. They wouldn't let her look at them alone. She had to be supervised by somebody. And we don't even know.
I'm sorry, you're on a delay. I do apologize if I interrupt you. I really do.
You're fine.
Was it because the case was under investigation? Is that why she needed to be supervised, or what was the reasoning there?
There was no reason ever given. We are not sure to this day why that was the reason, but in addition to that, they're trying to tell me that 3 vials of blood that they took from my son the day after he passed aren't enough to test whether there was any genetic disorder or any DNA issue. They wasn't enough testing. Yeah, exactly.
Did they test him for any drugs within the system or anything?
Yes, they did. I should have had an independent report done on that as well, because honestly, I do not trust that office at all. I mean,
I don't blame you.
Even the fact that they're being told there is a spinal cord injury and they spoke directly with the pathologist, they know for a fact there is a spinal cord injury. I have this in writing in emails. They still won't change the cause of death.
What is it listed as now?
Natural unknown.
Natural as a 2-year-old.
Yes.
That's unheard of. I'm not going to profess to be an expert in autopsies or medical examination. That my entire career was in trauma care, but I've never, sadly, I've been at the bedside of many kids that have passed, and I can honestly say in my 10+ year career, I never had a child pass of quote unquote natural causes.
Oh no, it makes absolutely no sense, especially with the history. The coroner actually told me, the medical examiner, I apologize, John Walsh, told me that my son's medical history didn't matter. I mean, you're going back and forth to 3 hospitals in a 2-week span. It was actually longer than that, because this problem started on the 2nd of August, went on until the 14th. Even after emergency rectal repair surgery, he was still having issues and hemorrhaging. So it went all the way up to October 17th. He passed away October 31st. You're telling me the medical history isn't important there?
So, I'm sorry, repeat that. When did he have the rectal surgery?
October 14th, emergency rectal repair surgery, because he was in critical condition.
Right, because it was so prolapsed. And he died in October?
October 31st.
And I'm speechless, because I'm just dumbfounded how they could not put 2 and 2 together. He most definitely, there had to have been a correlation between the two. Most likely, he ruptured. My guess, as a nurse, we can't diagnose. Of course, that's a doctor's job. But it seems to me that a complication from that surgery and/or additional trauma. Sorry, I'm stuttering over my words. I'm almost in tears myself. It's not even my child.
Yeah, it's sad.
It truly is, and I'm sorry, Kara. I just have. This was always the hardest cases for me to handle, and your courage is just unbelievable. Was there an incident that happened of abuse between the surgery and when he passed, do you believe?
I don't know.
Like another incident, possibly?
I was not around for 3 months, because I wasn't even allowed to see my kids unless I was willing to sign that I was a danger to my children and be supervised by a government supervisor for $900 a month.
Jesus.
I'm so sorry.
So I had no idea what was going on. I was told that everything had been fixed, that there were no problems, and that it was a one-time thing. I didn't know until I was finally given the medical records, and the way I got the medical records was because I got my medical rights back. So when I got my medical rights back, the first thing I did was request the medical records for my son. And then I'm seeing that he's back and forth between 3 different hospitals, that they were saying he had no anal tone at all.
Right.
So this is a 1-year-old at the time with absolutely no anal tone, no history of constipation. He never had to use enemas. He never had difficulty eating. He had no other health issues. And all of a sudden, all this happens within a couple months.
The only way I could imagine they could deem it natural causes if he was grossly premature, or if he had some very obvious defect of his intestines at birth and had a poor outcome. We do see that in a very small percentage of, primarily you know,
They
primarily
tested him for all that, though. They
premature
tested
vision.
him. They tested him
You would have
for
known that. You would have known that right away. And it sounds like you had a healthy birth and no problems to begin with. So you would have known all that. This would have been a gross abnormality from day one.
the only thing he had was plagiocephaly.
Okay.
So basically, the head needed to have a helmet to get properly formed.
Yep. I know that's a very common. That's the very common.
Oh, it's over 50% of kids, and it's even more prevalent in Polish children, actually, from what I learned. And both my daughter and my son have a lot of Polish genetics.
I can tell by your last name. I used to date a guy that was Polish, so.
I wasn't at all surprised by that, and it was fixed. There was no issue with that. But no, he had intestinal issues. Common. He had no stomach issues. He had no problems eating. I mean, he was completely healthy.
Yeah, and those are totally independent of each other. They have no relation to each other. The abnormality with his brain just not developing as fast in time. You know what I mean? That has no affect on his intestines and tone, and that's just heartbreaking. I suspect that there was possible, following his surgery, I'm guessing that there was some type of complication and or additional trauma that took place.
Well, in addition to the rectal repair surgery, they were doing sclerotherapy, because the rectal repair surgery was not working. And from what I have researched, especially in young children, that can have spinal defects.
It can, yeah.
It's not likely, and it's very, unusual if that occurred. But it is a question of, could that have happened as well? And why do you need sclerotherapy after you've had an emergency rectal repair surgery? The rectal repair surgery should have fixed the problem.
Right. Exactly.
But I do have another question for you. So when I was reading through the medical records, my ex's statement to the doctor was that my son had a very large bowel movement, and that was what caused the rectum to fall out and had no anal tone. So in your medical opinion, is that even possible?
Never. I should never say never. In the 10 plus years I was a nurse, I've never, ever heard of that. Unless, for some ungodly reason, that child swallowed something like a foreign object of sorts. And that, let's just say, it's not even feasible, but let's just say the small child swallowed a huge amount, like a Lego, or something that could cause severe damage as it's going through the intestinal tract. Maybe I could see it in that regard, doing some kind of tearing, but an actual bowel movement itself, as long as the child did not take in anything orally that would create such trauma, no. I mean, unless he was like constipated for like a month, but he would die. He would have a bowel obstruction, and his colon would rupture before it would. I've never, ever, ever heard of that. So
yeah, I when I read that, I was in disbelief. I was in disbelief that someone could be that stupid and think that was even plausible and tell that to a medical professional. I was also in disbelief that this was this Timothy Lutz that I was telling you about. So on October 17th, my son was taken to Timothy Lutz for an exam, which if my son wasn't having any more problems with his bowel, you wouldn't have gone to somebody October 17th when everything was going on in August. Right. So he was taken to this specialist on October 17th, and the specialist was the surgeon who did the surgery and was the one who recommended the sclerotherapy and everything. And he literally states in his report that it could have been caused by all the processed food that I was feeding my son. First of all, I wasn't feeding my son processed food. He was having eggs, omelets, things of that nature, healthy foods, and very mixed diet. So I thought it was very odd that a professional of that caliber would even put that on paper after a child just had an emergency rectal repair surgery.
No, and those are very soft things that you would never imagine that could even bother such a child.
Exactly. And the fact that this individual was blaming me when they never even met me, and this was based upon what Tom had told him, I just found that so odd that you would be willing to write that as a professional medical opinion based on what an individual with no prior medical training, no knowledge of medicine told you.
You'd be surprised what ends up in medical notes, sadly. But no, I mean, that sounds ridiculous. I mean, if the child was consuming something outrageous, like, I mean, I can't even think of anything that would even make sense. But I mean, even processed foods aren't going to cause that much damage to the bowels that to cause a protrusion or even a complete prolapse. So that's,
yeah, I found that very strange.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you were trying to feed a 3-month-old, a full adult diet, that might be a totally different animal. You know what I mean? But if you're trying to feed a toddler, I mean, by 1.5, 2-year-old, they're already eating almost everything. As long as you're cutting it up, they're eating almost everything we eat anyway. So that's far different than maybe a doctor trying to tell someone to not feed a 6-month-old, a steak and potatoes and, asparagus, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And, originally I thought that my son wasn't taken to a specialist. Originally, I thought that my ex had not taken him to what is the specialist for like rectal colon issues?
Gastroenterologist.
Gastroenterologist. So it was when he did take him to the gastroenterologist. It was the page like 400 of the medical records. There's a lot of medical records. So this is like page 400 where he's telling a doctor that he did take him to the gastroenterologist, and the gastroenterologist told him that my son had no anal tone at all.
Wow.
Yeah. And he never took him back. So I found that interesting as well.
Yeah. I mean, that alone is a form of neglect. I mean, he'd have to have some sort of follow-up. And at some point they would even consider, I would imagine, if his rectal tone was so poor, they may even would have to consider like a colostomy at some point, Yeah,
I was reading about that too, that there was 2 different types of rectal repair surgery, one where you would have a colostomy and one where they didn't. And I think it was one that went through the stomach, and there was one that went directly through the bowel.
Mm-hmm.
And he had the one that went directly through the bowel, so he wouldn't have to have the colostomy. And I'm wondering if the problem went past the bowel, like where there was issues with, the intestines in the stomach area, and they had to go through the stomach to fix the problem, and they didn't.
Very possible. And sometimes the problem can happen lower down or higher up, depending on how you're looking at it. And if they don't get it in the right location, sometimes they have to go back in and redo it, or they can create then what's called an ileostomy, which just gets too complex. But you're a CNA, you said, so you have a very good understanding of that.
Well, yeah, and because I'm a CNA, I've had patients with prolapse. I've had a patient with uterine prolapse. I've had a patient with rectal prolapse, and these are elderly people.
We were talking about you. I think when you had bounced off, we were talking about how it's very common for uterine prolapse when people decide not to get a hysterectomy. You see that quite often. But it's very uncommon to see. You see sometimes a prolapse rectum in a geriatric patient, possibly, that has, maybe they've had irregular, maybe diverticulitis or something, ongoing Crohn's disease or something that's lost their whole life, and now they've gotten to a place where, but like I said, in the times that I could probably count on one hand that I had it in a pediatric patient, it was all due to abuse, or a very rare birth defect.
Mm-hmm. Well, my clients who have had prolapse issues, I mean, none of them were ever dying from them.
No.
So that was the thing that really shocked me, was the fact that it says on my son's medical records that he was high risk for morbidity, mortality, and complications. because of the incarcerated prolapsed rectum. Now, because the prolapsed rectum had become incarcerated, could that cause infection throughout the whole intestine?
Most definitely. And not only that, it can cause infection throughout the entire body, because once that intestine has now been exposed, it's grossly inflamed and therefore susceptible to, once you're in, imagine it like a balloon. Okay, so if you blow the balloon up as far as it can go, and then it becomes thinner and thinner, well, eventually that lining will tear. And if that tears, all the contents of your intestine will eventually go throughout your body, and then you'll become septic. I'm not sure if you ever had a septic patient, but that becomes life or death. And,
correct. Yes, I have had a septic patient.
Yeah, I'm sure.
AP, let me ask you a question right here on
Yes,
this
ma'am.
topic right here. So if that happened and baby James had passed away from the infection,
Yes, ma'am.
would that cause his
spinal cord injury?
Well, I was actually looking at the petition, Kara, where when they found him, you know, he was bleeding and foaming from his nose and mouth.
Yeah.
Most definitely. I have not read the petition, so I don't know. I would love to see it, and I'll definitely look into it, Kara, when we get off here in the next couple days. I'd be happy to read as much as I can.
Sure.
I haven't read it, so I can't speak to it, but sepsis can, in children, it happens much quicker, but sadly, one of the end results is fatality. And what happens is the infection travels from his little belly into the bloodstream, and then therefore the organs shut down. And to answer your question, Q, most definitely the foaming of the mouth is just
So the other question that I had, so yes, when my son was found, he was bleeding from his nose, mouth, and he was foaming. But on the medical records, it also stated that he was immunocompromised. What does that mean when it's stated on medical records?
It just means there's either a disease process or something, or a birth defect that has caused his immune system to be weakened in some sense. I would imagine it's his bowel disease which caused him to be immunocompromised, which just means something compromised his immune system. So,
because it didn't say on the medical records what it was. It never mentioned anything. It just said that he was immunocompromised. So I found that very odd.
It is. Like I said, I'm just guessing here. I would think it was due to his prolonged rectal disease, which therefore set him up to be immunocompromised, because it made his intestines are like your epicenter to your entire body's health. So if his rectum was exposed and being traumatized, it would therefore compromise his entire immune system, making him more susceptible to diseases and or viruses. Right. And his body the inability for his body to fight it off, because he already had a weakened state due to his rectal trauma.
And Kara, after that surgery, and based on everything that AP just said, is this the point where they sent him home and just told Thomas how to put the rectum back in?
No, that was when this all started. Honestly, St. Alexius Hospital probably could have stopped all this from happening if they hadn't released him on August 5th. They released him when he was still prolapsing. You're not supposed to do that unless you've gone 24 hours without a prolapse.
What age was that, Kara?
Oh, same age. That was a week beforehand. That was so it started August 2nd. Okay. He was in the hospital for 3 to 4 days.
So he was 1 at that time, right, Kara?
Yeah, he was 1 at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, they should never have let him go home.
That was my opinion. I couldn't believe they released him. And honestly, I feel like they could have stopped all this, because they could have figured out what happened. what caused the issue. They should have done their job instead of just releasing a sick child.
And was it ever reported at that time the cause of the prolapse? I mean,
No,
were you ever
they
told?
didn't know.
So what did they say that it was from?
They claimed he took a large poop, right? That was
Well,
all
that was
So even
what that was what my ex had said. And
But
so
upon discharge, do you know upon discharge, did they say what it was caused by, or what they suspected?
They suspected it could be constipation.
Wow.
But the fact that you kept having a rectum coming out,
Right.
and he clearly didn't have anal tone, I don't know. You would still have to fix that
Right.
before
And to happen
releasing
at
the
one,
child.
And
Right.
to not happen to one, it doesn't seem like it could be anything due to like a birth defect. Like I was saying, there are very rare circumstances that this can happen as a birth defect. You just don't have any anal tone, or there's some kind of motility. Issue
And
with
he
the
never
whole-
had that issue. Like upon
Yeah.
birth, he was perfect.
He would have presented with that. I mean, they would have known that day 1, 2, 3 in the hospital. I mean,
They checked him for cancers. They checked him for cerebral palsy. They checked him for cystic fibrosis.
right.
They checked him for everything. And when they did the sigmoidography, I think that's what you call it,
Yep.
they found no polyps. They found no evidence of straining or constipation prolonged at all. And he would have had evidence of prolonged straining or constipation if it became that severe that his whole rectum fell out.
Right.
Absolutely.
And they would have seen all the absence of tone in the sigmoidoscopy. They would have seen it then. I mean, that's primarily what that entire test is for, is to analyze the entire lower portion of the colon. So,
AP,
yes, ma'am.
would they have had any reason at all, with what you've heard so far, to remove and keep, help me out, Kara, his lungs and brains?
His
Brain?
No, his neck organs, all of his neck organs, which include his
organs.
thyroid bone and his brain and his heart.
Reason to keep. I don't think I understand the question. Reason to keep them? Why?
They took them out and then they kept them. So I'm just trying to see, what did they need those for? Did that have anything to do with his rectum? Because that's the upper part of the body, not the lower. I'm just confused as to why they went there, or were they just stealing organs?
That's a great question. To me, no. I don't know too much about the cervical injury. It sounds to me like that's a totally independent from his rectum trauma. Those are two totally, unless he was, God forbid, in a horrific car crash, those two would never come hand in hand. One is totally independent of the other. The cervical injury sounds like, to me, like I said, I know very little of the case, and I have not seen an autopsy or the petition or anything, but it sounds like a cervical injury to me when I see child abuse comes from some type of blunt force trauma, sadly, or a shaken baby type syndrome, or being held down for a strangulation, or that type of injury that has nothing to do with any type of rectal trauma. So the only reason I would think they would keep anything behind for a child with a rectal trauma would be a blood to check to see if he had some type of sepsis going on, which caused his demise, because those two can definitely be related, because a perforated rectum and or intestines can most certainly lead to sepsis, which is just infection in the blood, and that's very, very serious and can definitely cause death.
It would also cause a fever, right?
Oh, that's one
because
of the
my ex stated that he had a fever. Yeah, my ex stated that he had a fever when he had seen him before he passed. So that his head was very warm.
I bet most likely and like I said, I don't know, but it seems to me like his rectum, either the surgery failed or he had subsequent trauma after the surgery. And just imagine, his poor little intestines were already weakened and in recovery from the surgery. And if he had any more trauma, that would have maybe made that intestine break through even easier, make it more like paper like than a balloon. And if it tore through, he could have easily become septic. Most definitely one of the first telltale signs of sepsis is a high fever.
So those organs they took would have told us that. So they kept them. It looks like you're saying, Hellraiser, they kept them to keep the story from getting out of what actually did happen.
It certainly sounds like they most definitely could have, yes.
And then they came up with this asinine story about the cervical. Is there any proof to that, Kara, in your mind, that something actually was wrong as far as the cervical part?
Well, that was my forensic pathologist. And, yeah. And so I definitely believe that that's accurate and true.
Okay. They just left that part out.
But one of the things that is in the report is that a cervical injury, what was it? I don't remember exactly what it stated, but they're trying to say that it could have been caused by infection, which was what his family was saying, not what my pathologist was saying. They was trying to say it could be caused by an infection. I find it interesting that his mother and him are bringing up infection. What infection are you discussing? Because now it seems to be like they may be talking about exactly what AP is talking about, which is this sepsis, and they knew about it.
Yeah. And that makes, to me, that makes far more sense than a cervical trauma, unless he had, I mean, the two can run concurrently. I mean, he could be having rectal trauma and, God forbid, been shook too.
Right.
But one wouldn't cause the other. Like the rectal trauma doesn't have anything to do with your cervical spine. So to me, I'm a bit confused how anyone would have put those two together in any way.
I wonder if it could be. I've heard of stories where well, the one on top of my head is Zayla. Her grandmother chopped her up, you guys, after she was killed. Chopped her up, put her into a freezer, and she ended up having like a broken arm and a little bruising. And they believe that it happened sort of post-mortem, actually, from being put into the freezer and closed up. So maybe is this something they did afterwards to try to make it look like it was a cervical intake it away? Because keeping the organs and everything that they did shows the cover up. So were they just trying to make it look like something it wasn't with the whole cervical thing?
Very possible.
Weird.
Very possible.
Because they don't go together.
Yeah. I've just never heard of natural causes in a toddler. I mean, that just sounds ludicrous. Unless the only time I've ever heard natural causes in a toddler was when they were born with some horrible birth defect, and that they were given a very poor outcome, and the family would have known of this at birth.
Exactly.
And that does happen, and usually, sadly, they die in the NICU, and that could happen a couple of days from birth. Or we've had babies in the NICU over a year and a half, so that does happen. But you would have known that, and then they maybe would have called that natural causes because the baby was sadly born with a chromosomal defect of sorts.
Right.
But never to a healthy baby like this.
My other question was, so on the child protection specialist report, now this is the child protection specialist expert at the Children's Lurie's Hospital. So the credentials are very high here. And this woman knows what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. Now, she wrote twice that there was consideration of anal penetrative sexual abuse. Now, in your opinion, because professionals are so afraid of being sued or taken to court, is this something that she would have written down if she wasn't pretty sure this is what had happened?
Definitely not. Nobody, I can say with the utmost certainty, nobody writes those words lightly. We're very, not hesitant is not the right word, but we make sure that we're pretty dang sure trauma has taken place, whether it was physical or sexual abuse of some sort, before we write anything down or report anything. But we always err on the side of protecting the child. So if there's, like, for example, if a child comes in with a broken arm, but there's signs and symptoms that this maybe there's other bruising on the child in unusual spots, and the parent's affect is a little strange, you'll always see doctors and nurses err on the side of protecting the child. So we'll always assume that even if mom or dad says baby fell off the high chair and broke their arm, we'll always side on the chance that it could be child abuse. And usually they'll do a full body x-ray scan when they just x-ray a baby's arm, just to be certain. So for that woman to have put that in her notes and to back that up with her medical degree, I feel pretty certain that she was pretty sure that that's what took place.
Yeah, thank you so much, because I was thinking the same exact thing, because with hospitals under siege right now and all these professionals, being taken to court and the issues that have arose in that, I just did not think that someone would put that down unless they were more than 80% sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would say 98% of the people that are in the profession, especially in pediatrics, I work both pediatrics and adults, but especially the people that work in pediatrics, nurses and doctors, CNAs, we all err on the side of the patient, and that's the child, and we all want to protect the child. So those words were not written lightly by that doctor. So she had strong suspicion to write that. I don't know a doctor out there that's worried, that will put the fear of a lawsuit ahead of the safety of a child. I've never met a doctor like that.
Yeah. I also found it weird that they kept taking him to Northwest Community Hospital, and every single time they would take him to Northwest Community Hospital, he was transferred to Children's Lurie's.
Right.
So I feel like that alone shows they had concerns and suspicions, because they had Children's Lurie's doctors working in their hospital, and they still felt the need to send him all the way to Chicago.
Right. Well, he's got a complex medical history. I mean, it's not common for a toddler to come in with a prolapse rectum. And if he's got kind of an extensive history of that, they would want him at a children's specialty hospital.
Yeah.
Because then you want gastroenterologists and pediatric surgeons that deal with kids specifically, because it is a little bit different, an animal per se. So that's probably why he was transferred.
Okay, so why would my ex then keep bringing him to Northwest every time then, and not just take him straight to Children's Lurie's? Do you feel that's because he was getting bad looks, or he was starting to be concerned that if he kept bringing him into a specialty hospital like that they would start catching on?
Yes, that would be my guess. I worked at a 11 floor all children's specialty hospital, and yeah, I mean, everybody there, it's one thing to bring a child into any old ER and get maybe a side eye here and there, but if you bring a child into like a regular ER with a broken arm, most likely doctors there think, oh, little baby A has a broken arm. But if you brought little baby A into a children's hospital and a children's specific ER, everybody there is on point and knows all the signs and symptoms and has seen so many abuse cases that they would be looking at baby A thinking, broken arm, but wait, she's been here. This is the 4th time she's been here this year with broken bones. And look at the affect of mom and or dad or caregiver. And wait, look at the bruise. They're just, I think your ex was probably cognizant of the fact that people were going to catch on, definitely. And they definitely look closer at a children's hospital.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well.
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
Most definitely.
I thought it was ridiculous. He kept bringing him to emergency rooms anyways, and not just the specialist, and had the specialist figure out what was going on and fix him right then and there.
Because he knew what was going on.
And the specialist would know, baby James that much better than a random ER doctor. So he probably didn't want to not do anything for the fear of, not doing anything at all, but yet want to do the least resistant hospital, I guess you could say.
You ladies have both mentioned rectal tone a few times. Am I saying that right? Anal tone.
Yes.
Is that what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Leanne was wanting clarification on exactly what that is.
It's the, what's the easiest way? It's the strength of the muscle. Like your entire intestines is like it works through. We call it peristalsis. So it's the way your intestines kind of squeeze and release, and that's kind of how it squishes your fecal matter through. Well, tone is the way we measure the elasticity or the strength of your sphincter muscle, for lack of a better word. And that is the last part of your bottom where you push your stool out. If you have no rectal tone, it means it's totally laxed or relaxed and not working at all. You need kind of a squeezing ability. I mean, it sounds weird, but if you sit here, you can kind of clench your own rectum and it should squeeze together. Does that make sense? I hate to be crass.
It does. Well, let me be crass for you. It's how tight your butt is.
Exactly. Like the Kegel, we do a Kegel, us women,
yes.
It's the same kind of thing. So if you had no rectal tone, you would not be able to squeeze your bottom and to squeeze your rectum. You're just totally flaccid in that area. So when you have no rectal tone, you actually have no control over your bowel movement. So therefore, you may maybe someone that's been in a car accident that has had some type of spinal cord injury, they lose complete rectal tone. So they have no control of bowel movements anymore. Therefore, they have to wear an adult brief.
Now that would be lower cervical, right?
Ma'am?
That would be lower cervical.
Well, cervical is like your neck, and then it's your thoracic is the middle of your back, and then lumbar is your lower back. So it would be a lumbar injury, which is kind of like your lower back, which would cause a problem with your rectal tone. However, if you have an injury to your cervical spine, it can affect your entire body. You know what I mean? The higher up, the worse the problems, because it kind of affects everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very interesting, especially with everything in this case.
Yeah. So, if you, God forbid, if you're in a car accident and you injure your neck so severely that you're paralyzed, you lose the function of everything from that cervical point down. So if it's in your neck, you lose the ability to breathe, like Christopher Reeves. You lose the ability of all your intestines. So you lose the ability to urinate or defecate. You lose the ability, and then it kind of goes onward. But
gotcha.
That makes sense. Did the first autopsy say anything about the cervical, Kara? Remind me.
No.
Interesting.
And did they do a toxicology on him at all?
Yes.
And was it okay? Was there anything in his system?
There was supposedly nothing in his system.
Okay.
And cause of death was just natural.
I still can't get over that.
Unexplained, unknown. They said based upon the police report, they didn't have any reason to suspect foul play. So it's literally all this police station. Because if this police station would have done what they were supposed to do, this would have definitely been a homicide.
Right. Yes, definitely.
It was one. They just didn't classify it that way.
Is natural when there's so many pieces and so many issues that are unexplainable is crazy to me.
And did Dad or Grandpa ever get in trouble for this?
No.
So they're still out walking around?
Free birds, as far as I know.
If you can't answer that, I completely understand.
Yeah, they're both walking around. Not only are they walking around, but I have to share custody with the father.
With your daughter still?
Yeah.
That was actually going to be something I was going to bring up because Joyce was asking earlier if you had custody of her or if you were still fighting, and I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, they literally threatened me. They told me that they were going to put me in jail for 6 months because I was speaking out online. They were using the gag order that Judge Dalton had put in place back in August when this was all going on and started, actually. And that I'd have no jury, I'd have no trial, and that I would not see my daughter. So it was either
a gag order for what?
For speaking online about what was going on. They didn't want anyone talking about it.
It's your child.
That was my point. They didn't want anybody to. That's crazy. I'm sorry, Kara. Go on.
But yeah, they it was either jail, and I don't even know if they would have let me out, honestly. I mean, you're going to put me in jail up to 6 months with no jury, no trial. I'm sure you'd find absolutely any reason, given what I know, to keep me in there. So I couldn't take that risk or that chance, and I couldn't take losing my daughter and having her end up like my son, especially when she's still making disclosures about sexual abuse. I mean, it's ridiculous. You have a child who's been making disclosures about sexual abuse since she was 3 years old. She is now going to be 6. And you're still sitting here trying to say there's no abuse going on, especially after my son's medical records and history.
Crazy.
Are her visits supervised by her father?
No.
Wow.
Completely unsupervised.
I'm just like, I don't get. And now who runs that part? CPS?
No, that's all family court.
My God. Unbelievable. Was that the old judge's orders or the new judge or what? Because he's gone now.
The old judge. Yeah. The 2 previous judges are no longer family court judges.
Damn, that has to be, oh my God, that can't be right. And then, okay, let me just to put this part in a nutshell. Grandpa and the investigation into him and his molestation, they dropped that?
Yeah. In fact, like I said, I learned today that none of those cases ever went to the state's attorney's office. Nothing regarding my daughter ever went to the state's attorney's office. Nothing regarding my son. Even when you have an expert stating she has concerns of anal penetrative sexual abuse, and that was before the rectum became incarcerated.
Yeah.
That's the biggest. Wow. What the hell? It doesn't. I can't even.
That's horrible.
Yeah. It's just insane. I mean, it never made it to the state's attorney's office. How do you have evidence like that and not take it to the state's attorney's office and try to bury it? And like, what is this police department got going on? I mean, this is the same police department that said there was no foul play before an autopsy was even completed on my son.
Jeez.
They put that out to all the media. Yeah. Why would you do that?
I didn't. As soon as I saw that, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, and that man, like, he's gone now from the Palatine Police Department. It was Commander Bratcher, and he's gone now. And you retire in your 40s as a police commander? Get out of here. After you just became a police commander and your father was the chief of police during the Browns chicken murders, you easily could have become a chief of police. Why would you retire?
Because he's still getting paid.
Right. It's one of the two. They either retire or they get a promotion after some weird shit goes on in these departments.
Or get some nice see you later package with a sweet deal every year. They get a nice little check every year, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you for being extremely corrupt, check.
Yeah.
How can it's like the whole damn city is in on it.
Sometimes
it's like I said, there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, this would have been a major lawsuit. I mean, could bankrupt the entire state.
Still should be, Kara.
And it may even, I mean, I hear malpractice after talking to AP.
Yeah.
On St. Alexius, yes. On Children's Lorries, no, because Children's Lorries was actually trying to help. Regarding, except for the doctor, that Timothy Lutz individual, who I don't know what his issue was, but as a medical professional to put something that insane about processed food, I mean, you've got to have a bias. So what is your bias? What is your connection? Like, are you a family member? Are you a friend of the family?
Does your ex have connections through that doctor or a lawyer or law enforcement or something?
I am not sure. That's something I could definitely dig into, because no one is like, no, a doctor is never supposed to be that biased, especially.
You won't be digging by yourself. Oh, we're gonna do it. Yeah, they get in.
It definitely needs to be investigated.
You just follow the money, Kara. That's the biggest thing. You'd be surprised. I hate to say that. I would never want to say that,
It's
but
true.
there are just as many corrupt doctors as there are cops in every other profession out there. Follow the money.
Yeah. And they're full of shit, because when on your first podcast that I played in the video, I believe that's where we had the phone call of when you called this guy about the organs, and he just fumbled and mumbled. They don't give an explanation for anything. It's just
he had no idea what he was talking about, because he was a trainee. He couldn't even tell me the company policies.
That sounds like some Kendrick Johnson stuff. I'm sure you know that case, Q.
Absolutely.
The organs.
Yeah. What a hot mess that.
Good Lord. Sorry to go off topic, Kara, but
no,
you're fine. You've actually helped so much, because I've wanted to speak to an expert in this for a very long time, and to have everything that I already knew was improper to be clarified. Especially the fact that you're saying like this happened because of a giant poop which had nothing in it. There was no obstruction. They looked in his stomach. There was nothing. There was no foreign object or anything inside of him.
Yeah.
So he didn't eat anything.
Yeah.
There was nothing abnormal about that. They couldn't find any polyps. Like I said, there's no sort of evidence of any straining, of any prolonged constipation, because like this would have had to been going on for months if it was constipation.
Right. And you would have known. He would have been in incredible abdominal pain. You know what I mean? I mean, he would have been really, to the size of an orange at his size. I mean, that's like a fifth the size of him. I mean, that's horrible.
And the one thing I wanted to talk to you too about AP was they were giving him really heavy drugs. They were giving him fentanyl every time they had to put him down.
And that's going to slow his gut down.
And morphine. So why would you give a kid that if you think they're constipated? It doesn't match.
That slows your gut down significantly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they do use those drugs in the hospital if he had surgery. They do use, narcotics, of course, even in young toddlers. However, if they did it long term or over a period of time, that's going to slow the gut even more. But
they did it for 2 weeks straight.
Wow.
Every time he went to the hospital, they had to put him under just to do the surgical procedure.
And that I can understand, because it's very painful.
Yeah. Well, there was so much swelling, they couldn't put it back inside. Yeah,
they could never have done that with him, totally conscious. So I can understand them having to put him under for that. Usually they use propofol. They usually don't use, really strong narcotics. They just use kind of like, the Michael Jackson kind of Twilight. They take them down where they don't remember it, but they try to limit the narcotics.
They were using, every time it was morphine or fentanyl.
Was he at a children's hospital then?
This was St. Alexius. They did the procedure with morphine. When he was at Northwest Community, they were doing it with the fentanyl. And then I want to say at Children's Glories, they were also using the fentanyl.
Fentanyl, yeah. Fentanyl's not a bad medication. It has a horrible reputation out on the streets, but in the hospital setting, it can be very safe because it doesn't depress your respiratory system. So for kids, it's a much safer medication than, say, morphine or Dilaudid, because it doesn't affect the breathing so much. So they do use it, and they can use it safely, but they shouldn't use it over a period of time because it slows your gut down, therefore making you, more susceptible to, additional GI problems. And he obviously didn't need any help in that regard.
Mm-mm. And originally they did have him on a drug. When they first thought it was the constipation, they had him on something. I can't remember what it was, but it was
Reglan?
No, it wasn't that, but it was a specific drug for constipation. And then they actually took him off of it because he was worse on it. And that's when they did Yeah, that sounds like it might be it.
Was it a liquid?
I don't remember.
Like
I
a
just
syrupy
remembered
liquid?
reading that they took him off of it because they felt like there wasn't any issues with constipation or straining after all the sigmoid ones that they did. I mean, they
Yeah.
did like 6 of those.
Oh wow. God.
Yeah.
They
So,
did that many because he kept having the prolapsed rectum,
yeah.
and not one person decided, hey, what's going on here? Instead of doing another sigmoidoscopy, let's figure out what's the cause.
I can't explain it either. It didn't make any
Wow.
sense to me.
I'm sorry.
To
I'm
keep
not quite-
doing something like that over and over again on a child where clearly it's not going to change the results. I don't understand why they would do that.
I would think somebody's red flag would go off and say, why are we keep doing this when every time we go in, everything internally looks normal, but he's presenting with the same problem. What's causing it, you know?
Right. Even at the emergency room, they should pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially at the emergency room, because they see a lot of abuse that comes in, you know?
I do know while this was going on, though, 8 mandated reporters had called in. So I'm convinced that some of those had to be nurses.
Yes, we have to. It's part of our job. So
how do you sweep all of this under the rug? That is a lumpy ass rug.
Unless
Yes, it is.
The only thing I can think of, Q, is that somebody knows somebody that
Higher
follow the
ups.
money.
Higher ups.
Yeah, it's a shade.
Only
Cook County.
time. Yeah, that actually is their thing, isn't it?
It is. They like specialize in that. I swear. And
how sick do you have to be to cover up something like this of a toddler? It's sick.
It is.
And what, do they think I was stupid? Do they think I just would accept, oh, yeah, you don't know what caused my kid's death. Okay, I'm moving on now. Nothing's going to blow up in your face.
Right. Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many
parents, they do.
You'd be surprised on how many parents just take their word, whatever the doctor says, which is...
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That seemed to be what was upsetting them most. That was what was upsetting the judge, that I wouldn't accept his opinion or his word. That was what was upsetting the medical examiner, was that I wasn't accepting what he had to say either. I guess they just thought I would be a sheep. I wouldn't ask questions, but I'm full of questions.
There's a lot of superiority complex in those professions, sadly. They think they're godlike.
Oh, yeah. Some of them do have that disease.
I mean, even the detective I spoke to when this first happened, I didn't even accuse Tom of anything at this point. I did not say anything about Tom or his family. I was just asking what was going on. And the detective is just like, well, he seemed really sad when it happened, and his family seemed distraught. I'm just like, so what? You've never heard
families. I've seen plenty of... I've stood by cribs of children where the parents had visitation rights and they seemed very distraught. But then reading what they did to their child, you'd be dumbfounded. I mean, it's...
the sadness, in my opinion, was for himself.
Yeah.
Because he was afraid of getting caught.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That happens. Yeah. You got to understand where that pain is coming from, because it doesn't always mean they're sad or hurt or sorry.
Because after his little show in the hospital, there hasn't been any emotion. There hasn't been any sympathy. There hasn't been any empathy on his part. It took almost a year to get a headstone.
Wow.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And his mother's excuse on my Facebook, because she decided to post this on my Facebook, was that they had other bills to pay. And I'm just like, every single bill can go to hell if it's my son's headstone.
And they wouldn't let you do it yourself or something, right?
They wouldn't let me. Yeah, I called All Saints Cemetery and I asked to pay for a headstone, and they said because he owned the plot that he had to approve, and he apparently didn't. So yeah, he told me almost a year later that he was going to do something because I brought it up to him that there was still nothing there. And he was like, oh, well, give me $500. And I did. I gave $500. And finally, my son had a freaking headstone.
Oh.
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, he could have, if that's what he wanted to do, he could have just let you go ahead and handle that a long time ago.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. It didn't make any sense. He wanted full control of everything, but yet you did absolutely nothing for your son after he passed. So it's like, why did you want the control then? You know, that becomes the question.
Right. Did he get some insurance?
I have no idea. I don't know. That was something that a law firm had looked into, and apparently they didn't see anything or find anything. So probably not. I don't, you know.
So I want to know.
Situation.
Say that again, Kara. I'm sorry.
It's just a frustrating situation all around.
Oh, I can only imagine. Oh my God, I would be a terror. I know that. Valentine would be sick and tired of hearing my name. Oh my God.
Oh, they're sick and tired of hearing my name. They can't believe this has gone on as long as it has. They thought that this would blow over and be done with, and now we're 2 years later, and they're still getting phone calls. They're still being called by news stations. You know, politicians are even calling them that support me. You know, they're having a lot of issues.
Good.
Because you know what, Kara? If you don't fight, you know, everything that you're doing is going to save another child.
Right.
You know, it's never in vain. Your beautiful son, I'm sure, is looking down, so proud of you. And I know your daughter is just incredibly proud to have you as a mom. And you're saving that next baby, you know.
Yeah.
If you stay quiet and wallow in your own suffering, I'm sure that would be much easier if there isn't easier in this situation. But because of your strength, you're going to protect another child.
That is what I'm doing. That's the goal. I mean, right now I'm actually talking to a woman who's going through the same scenario where there was multiple DCFS involvement and family court involvement. She actually asked for an emergency order protection the day before her son passed and was denied. Oh. And they're doing basically the same thing, where they're trying to cover up her son's death. They haven't even arrested anyone. This is a 6-year-old boy. Oh. There is no reason you shouldn't have arrested someone. And he came into the hospital with head trauma the day before. Wow. And made a disclosure of abuse. Why the hell hasn't anyone been arrested?
That's always the question.
You'd be surprised. It's so hard to take away parents' rights. I mean, we would have kids that would come into the hospital, shaken baby or blunt force trauma, you name it, sexual abuse, and the parents would still have rights in the hospital. And let me tell you, it took every ounce of my being to not wrestle those family members away from that crib. I mean, it doesn't.
And that just tells you the failure of our court system. That's appalling. Because I didn't have rights. I am a CNA who didn't have rights of my children. I am a CNA who is allowed to be alone with my clients and is trusted with the care of my elderly clients who have dementia or paraplegic or you name it. I've pretty much had everything. But yet I can't have rights of my children, medical rights or educational rights. It just doesn't even make any sense. And you've never found me to be a danger to my kids. So how is it there are murderers walking around with medical rights and abusers walking around with medical rights and I didn't have any?
I don't get it. And you're putting those babies in the house with some perverts on top of that.
Oh, God, yeah. Those are the worst. Jeez.
I don't understand.
Our system is a failure. Our system is an utter failure. And the more I hear about these children suffering, you know, just the more pain it makes me feel, because I had no idea that the court system was like this. I had no idea that the world was like this. I mean, if somebody would have told me my own story 5 years ago, I probably would have said, "Did you escape from a nut house?" You know, it's just so unbelievable. And if I didn't have all the documents proving every single thing that I'm stating, you know, it would just be unbelievable.
Yeah. But I hear that there are a lot of stories, a lot of stories that just get crazy. I don't know, not to pit one against the other, but just like you said, the system is failing big time.
So yeah, something needs to be done because this cannot happen to any more kids. And I mean, my son was clearly tortured, and for a 1-year-old to go through something like that, I can't imagine what he was thinking or what he was feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And for my daughter to supposedly witness it and still recant it to this day, it just it hurts my heart.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm sure.
I cannot even imagine. I mean, wow. And then not to get justice on top of that, that's just not cool.
No.
Exactly. But thank you so much for your guys' time. I am going to have to get off now, but I really appreciate the opportunity to come on and speak with both of you. You're very powerful, wonderful ladies, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, and like I said earlier, your strength. I can't even find words for it, and I'm really sorry that you've had to go through all of this and fight this battle like this. I know you weren't completely alone, but I just, hope you find some comfort in knowing that there's new ears in this room that have heard what you said, and that can go on now and help tell James's story. They're going to sign that petition, and they're going to help you get justice. If nothing else, find some comfort in that. And we'll stay in touch. We're not even. And I said I got some digging to do about some of these culprits. So, are you still on vacation?
It's ending now. Everybody's asleep right now, but yeah, it's gonna be ending. I have to bring her back, unfortunately, tomorrow morning at 1 p.m. So tomorrow afternoon. So this is the last day. But it's been a blessing. It's been wonderful. And I'm very thankful for this time with my mother and, my daughter. And I'm just, glad she's sleeping in a bed safe. And I know where she is. And, because every single time she goes there, I never know if she's coming back. And as a mother, that's the hardest thing in the world, to send your child somewhere and not know if they're going to come back alive.
Oh, my God. Yes.
I can't imagine. Well, I know, at least, I can speak for myself and Q. I think you've got 2 more people in your corner now. And I meant what I said before. I am here for you day or night. Q has my number. I'll have her send it to you. You can call me day or night. I will do whatever I possibly can to answer any questions. I live afar from you, but I will do and answer anything I can to help you. I hope you find a little bit, go to bed tonight feeling a little bit better, that you have a few more people that are part of your army now.
Definitely. Thank you, ladies, so much.
You are so welcome. Your courage is extremely inspiring. It really is. And thanks to you and your courage to stand up for your beautiful baby boy. I pray that others will not suffer like he did. So, but please reach out. We are here for you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. I will. Good night, guys.
Kara, have a good night.
God bless, Kara.
God bless.
That is strength right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
I'm so moved. I am truly moved.
Every time I've listened to that story and the rest of the podcast that I'm going to play, and it just always leaves me with this feeling. I feel like drained, and my mouth is just open, wide open. Just.
Amen.
That's feel. It's like, oh my God, how can all this happen? And then to not really have any, oh God,
closure.
We got to help her, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is sign the petition. I've been dropping the link over and over in the chat. I will keep doing that. All she's trying to do is get the case reopened. so they can at least look into the situation, because as we've already heard, there's plenty of crap they need to look into. But they shut it down. Cook County, again, just like with Kenneka, they shut it down. Case closed, no foul play. We don't want to talk about it. So unless she, can make enough noise, that's the end of that story. And I disagree with that ending.
Amen. Well, Q, it's been an honor. I really appreciate you having me on tonight. And
thank you.
I am here anytime. You've got my cell. Like I said, I don't check out my email much, but if you ever need anything, want me to jump up on, just shoot me a text first and I'll check my email for the link.
Perfect. Okay, I sure will, seriously, because I have loved listening to you and all that medical jazz that I don't know anything about. So you're definitely going to be in my on my speed dial. So we can pick your brain some more. I appreciate you coming up, and I think you really, really, really did a lot for Kara too. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I truly feel blessed and happy, and just glad I'm able to help a little bit. So definitely don't hesitate to reach out. Okay. And you have a really good night.
I will. I certainly will. You too, sweetheart. Good night.
Right. God bless. Take care.
God bless you too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, y'all. So I've been trying to keep up with the comments, and I haven't really been writing back, but I have been checking them out. Valerie, there's no lawsuit right now. There's no nothing. They literally, after everything you've heard, and if you didn't hear it, you're in luck, because we didn't even get through the whole podcast. She really hasn't even told you guys everything in a nutshell, but we definitely touched on key points. But there's no lawsuit, there's no open case, there's no investigation, there's no justice for James, and that's why we're here. So, and I haven't even heard her talk about any money, to be honest, not a dime. She just wants justice. Here is the petition. Let me show you this. I'm going to drop the link again. And for those of you that didn't see the original video that I did for James, let me read you Kara Witkowski's petition. Palatine Police Department put out a press release on November 1st without an autopsy even being performed that there were no signs of foul play. This is despite my son bleeding and foaming from his nose and mouth. A Palatine police detective involved with previous cases regarding my son's 9 hospitalizations for prolapsed rectums. Officer Leedon watched as an unlicensed medical examiner did an autopsy on my son. It was well known that John Walsh did not have the necessary credentials to perform this autopsy. John Walsh also kept all of my son's neck organs, as well as his heart and brain, even after his autopsy had been complete. It was mentioned to Palatine Police Detective Mike Tully, Commander Steve Bratcher, and various others that this man legally could not perform the autopsy. John Walsh ruled my son's death as unexplained natural. Shortly after, Palatine Police Department sent out a letter stating that they were closing their investigation. This was despite them knowing that there was a second autopsy being performed by a licensed and experienced forensic pathologist who already had relayed her preliminary findings to Detective Tully on December 31st regarding deep tissue back bruising. This licensed forensic pathologist has now finished her exam. Through the assistance of legal aid, she was able to view James's neck organs, heart, and brain at the office of the Cook County Medical Examiner. Her findings are that James Riker Beale's death was caused by trauma to his cervical spinal cord. It is stated in her report that more investigation is needed to confirm what caused the injury. Both Palatine Police Department and DCFS have been informed more investigation is required. The only incidents that could lead to this type of cervical spinal cord injury would be unreported car accident, fall, sports injury, or child abuse. There was never any mention of any incident in the Palatine Police report. Someone is clearly not being forthright about what happened to James Riker Beale on the night of October 31st, 2019. My cat is distracting me over here. And despite overwhelming evidence, Commander Steve Bratcher is refusing to reopen the investigation into James's death, knowing full well another child is in that home and the same thing could very well happen to her. Somebody needs to be arrested and somebody needs to be held accountable for the death of James Riker Beale. That is Kara's petition. That's all she wants. So I just dropped the link again. And I'm asking if you find it in your heart to go on over and sign it for Kara, sign it for James, sign it for justice. Very heavy, Heather, very heavy, girl. I mean, ooh. And I've read it a couple of times. More than a couple, actually. No, Valerie, that's my cat outside of my door, and she only likes to drink water from my bathroom faucet. I have to turn on the water for her. So she wants to come in and drink water, but she's going to have to get it somewhere else. Thank you for posting it. Please post that, share that, tell everybody, because the word is not out and it deserves to be. I mean, right is right. They closed that case without even trying. And who's ever's ass they're covering, they need to uncover it. Period. It's terrible. You can't do that. He was 2 years old. But there is more detail, I should say, to the story. We have definitely touched on the highlights. Thank y'all for sticking around, popping in and out, whatever it is to float your boat. The replay will be there for you. But you need to hear the whole story. And I want to say thank you again before I play the rest of this podcast to Kara for coming on and being so brave and so strong and telling us her and James's story. I imagine that wasn't easy to do. No matter how many times you say it, that just can't get any easier. So, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and play the rest of the podcast. And like I said, after hearing what Kara had to say, everything should really make sense.
And she's like, no, there's nothing we can do. And she just looked sad. And I didn't really know what was going on, but at this point, she seemed pretty hopeless. And she didn't tell me anything. So we go to the next court date, which is May 2nd, and there's a GAL there. And the GAL is basically talking about me right in front of me and about, abuse in my past and everything else, and talking about my private history, about my PTSD, depression, and all this other stuff, basically making me out to be crazy. Well, that was interesting because at the same time, Tom and his friend are stating that my daughter was showing concerning behavior, like sexual concerning behavior. So they were admitting that there was an issue too. So everyone was in conclusion that she was acting strange. And then you had all this evidence of the investigations that were going on, the DCFS investigation, the child pornography investigation, the sexual assault investigation, because that was actually being reviewed at that time. So all these things were still open. And the judge is like, nope, we're not restricting any parenting time from dad. Dad is totally fine. There's nothing wrong. I'm not changing anything. And this GAL was saying horrible things about me. I was not allowed to say anything. And my attorney kept trying to present evidence, and she was shut down every single time. And I kind of just lost it. I just said, this is ridiculous. And I walked out because I couldn't believe this is how a courtroom actually operated. It made no sense to me that nobody was allowed to show any evidence. And this judge was just listening to this woman who didn't know me, who didn't know my children, and was completely biased. And it didn't even make any sense because I wasn't mean to her. I wasn't rude to her. I showed her no animosity, and she was completely against me from day one. So this all happened, and I go to my lawyer and go, what is going on? This is very odd. And she basically asked me to fire her right then and there. And I was like, I'm not going to fire you. If I fire you, I've got nobody. And a lawyer is better than no lawyer. So she's like, she just said, okay. And we go on with the same schedule, which at that point he had 4 days of visitation for 6 hours. And then I had the rest and overnights. So anyways, I get a call from my lawyer, and she's like, unless you can pay me $1,000 a month, I need to withdraw from the case. I was like, what? I don't have $1,000 a month. I'm a CNA. I'm a single mom. How would I have $1,000 a month to pay you? So I said, okay, fine. If that's the only option, that's what I'm going to have to do. So she told me that all she was doing was withdrawing on May 15th, and I really do believe this. I don't think she knew anything else was going on at that point. So on May 15th, I get this call from my roommates that the cops are there to take my kids. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean cops are there to take my kids? On what grounds? And they had a court order signed by the GAL and the judge taking my children for absolutely no reason. Apparently there was an emergency motion done on the 15th that was never given to me. It was never given to my attorney. They did it right after my attorney withdrawal, which is highly illegal. And they took my children. And I even asked the cop, because I was at work with my son. I was like, what is going on? And the cop said, I have no idea. Like, I'm calling the FBI because I don't understand what's happening. Even the cops didn't want to take my kids. It made no sense. They're like, they told Tom, we're coming back later. She can't even be here till 8 p.m. We're not taking these kids. So if they didn't take the kids then, my kids were obviously in no danger. There was no immediate danger. There was no issue. You came back at 8 p.m. to take children. So you came in at noon. So you wait 8 hours to take my kids, but you're trying to say there's a danger and that I'm a threat to my children. And I didn't put up a fight. I handed my kids over. I didn't make things any worse than they were. And I went to court, and I was like, I need an evidentiary hearing. I want an evidentiary hearing. I am entitled to one for you to take my children. And the judge is just like, well, this is a temporary motion. This is a temporary motion. This temporary motion went on for months. You can only do a temporary motion for 30 days, and then there is an evidentiary hearing. You cannot have a temporary motion that keeps going on and on and on and on. It's illegal.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you think his father had parts in this whole situation? Like, do you think he paid the judges, to get
I legally cannot make accusations like that, but my opinion would be yes. I mean, Tom has no money. He hasn't worked more than 3 months in his entire life. He has absolutely no money. There's no way he would have been able to get any money. And if there is truly this child porn, which there is child porn, then I believe that's definitely money that's under the table. And that's probably a great deal of money. So it does make sense to me that they would be able to pay off all these players, in my personal opinion, especially with what happens to my son going forward. So anyways, so they assigned my babysitter, who was my best friend at the time, to be the, to be the court supervisor. They did this without her even being present. They did this without even asking her. They just assigned her. And if she didn't do it, she would have been in contempt of court. And in addition, I wouldn't have gotten to see my children. They also made the days where I had to see my children my work days. And I couldn't just change my work schedule because I'm a CNA. And I have clients that are private and are very sick individuals. So I wasn't able to exercise Monday. And I told them that I'm not going to be able to exercise Monday visitation. So I did Tuesday and Wednesday. It was ridiculous. Almost every single week there was a problem. There was a new bruise. There was a new disclosure from my daughter. She was saying horrible things. She was saying things like Grandpa put mommy finger and daddy finger inside her. She was talking about her brother being hit in his private area. I mean, it was sickening. And she wasn't just telling me, she was telling the court supervisor. Well, the court supervisor is the eyes and ears for the GAL. So the court supervisor is reporting all this stuff to the GAL. She's taking pictures. She's contacting DCFS. She's not being listened to at all, even though she was assigned by the court. So this continues on, and it's getting absolutely ridiculous. I get this email from Tom on Our Family Wizard stating that my son is in the hospital for a prolapse rectum. And this was while I was at work. And at first I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Kids can get those. I mean, typically you just put it back in. It's no big deal. And, you know, it's constipation, it's straining, whatever. So I wasn't highly concerned. Then he tells me my son has been in the hospital for 3 days. And I'm like, what? Why would he be in the hospital for a prolapse rectum for 3 days? I called the nurse because I'm done talking to him at this point. I don't want to hear anything else he has to say because he doesn't know anything about the medical field. I actually do. So I'm talking to the nurse, and the nurse is like, yeah, it's popped out 3 times. We've done a surgical procedure. It keeps popping out. And I was like, what? I mean, none of this is adding up. We had my son multiple times, you know, because of the supervised visitations. He never had an issue with constipation. He never had an issue with straining. He had never had any rectal problems whatsoever. And he ate everything, you know. So we're immediately concerned. I wanted to go see my son. So I tell the GL, you know what, I'm going to go see my son. And that's that. And she's like, okay, you can see your son. So I'm on the way with my boss to go see my son. And then I get this call this message from Tom saying, I can only see my son if the court supervisor comes with me. I was like, no, screw you. I'm seeing my son. He's extremely sick. We don't know what's causing this. And I have my boss coming with me. And the court supervisor is my best friend, who isn't even available. So we go there. I show them my order, my protection, and everything else. And they're like, okay, well, you can only see your son if we have the head of the pediatric floor of St. Alexius Hospital watch you with him. I'm like, what? I mean, I'm sorry, who has that kind of power? The head of the pediatric unit of St. Alexius Hospital has nothing better to do than watch me for a half hour with my 1-year-old son. So I go to see my son. He's all taped up. The doctor told me he just had an enema, or the nurse. I'm sorry, it was the nurse. She tells me that his rectum had popped out multiple times that day. There was a meal chart on the board, so they were going to keep him overnight. And I'm asking her, like, what's going on? And she can't explain anything to me. She has no idea. All she's telling me is that it keeps popping out, and they don't know how to fix it. So I'm with my son. You know, he's with me. We're playing. We're talking. His eyes light up when he sees me. And this pediatric person is watching me the whole time. And it was the weirdest feeling in the world. So I kissed my son goodbye. I put him back, and they had him like in this like glass chamber looking thing, kind of with bars on it. It was weird. And then I left, and my ex was like, I want you to talk to the social worker before you leave. And at this point, I had not said anything about abuse. I had no sexual assault concerns. I had not said any of this. And I was like, why do you want me to talk to the social worker? And then he's like, well, I'm sure you're going to say it's abuse. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I go talk to the social worker, and in my head, I'm thinking like neglect, because how could this possibly happen without neglect? So I talked to the social worker, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Did you call DCFS? And she's like, no, I saw no reason to. I'm like, you've had a 1-year-old in a hospital for 3 days, going on 4, multiple surgical procedures, a rectum that continues to pop out, and you don't see a reason to call DCFS? I go, do you know about the history of this? Do you know about the assault to me? Do you know about the child pornography? Do you know about all these concerning environmental factors? And she's like, are you telling me how to do my job? I'm like, I said nothing. I was like, okay, I can't even do this. I just walked away. And this woman was very young. I mean, she couldn't have been more than 5 years older than me. It was strange too that they just had me randomly talk to this lady who clearly did not know how to do her job. Because if she did, my son would have never left that hospital, because you can't even release a child unless they have gone 24 hours without their rectal prolapse. I actually had to look that up because of everything that went on.
Are these people crazy, like sick in the head, like everybody that's involved? Because it don't make no sense to me that the system is this jacked up that they can't see abuse when they see abuse.
I know. It was insane to me. I couldn't explain it, and that's why I had to document literally everything, because none of this made any sense to me. So we're leaving the hospital, and my boss is like, call DCFS, call DCFS. I'm like, no, I'm not calling DCFS. They haven't done anything. They haven't helped anything. In fact, it's probably made things worse. I don't want to talk to DCFS. I'm done with all of this. DCFS clearly doesn't know what the hell they're doing. And she's like, fine, then I'm going to call them. So she called them, and she told them everything, and next thing you know, they're Johnny on the spot with everything. And I get this message from Tom that my son is being emergency released from the hospital. And this was maybe a half an hour after DCFS was called. So that was very odd, because he should have been kept in the hospital. So my ex was like, oh, I'm going to have Sasha and James come see you. So he contacts, or he drops them off. I'm with them. My court supervisor is with us. I'm with my son. I'm changing his diaper. My daughter wanted to hold his hand, which I thought was really strange, because she's never, ever held his hand while he was getting changed. So she holds his hand, and when I'm undoing his diaper, his rectum is literally like pulsating. And it was super concerning, because I was just like, this is crazy. But then again, I was realizing, like, well, you know what? He had surgical procedures. He had an enema. You know what? Maybe this is why. This was something that I had never witnessed before. So I didn't know, like, what was causing this. It was very odd to me. So my daughter says she's got to go to the bathroom. So we're going to the bathroom, and we leave the door open like a crack, because she has to supervise me doing absolutely everything. So I'm with my daughter in the bathroom, and all of a sudden she's like, someone hurt James. I was like, who hurt James? And she said, Grandpa hurt James. Grandpa put a toothbrush in his butt and then pushed him off. She goes, Grandpa put a toothbrush in his butt. Then she goes, I tried to carry him off the bed, but Grandpa pushed him down. And the way she said this was so odd. I mean, it was just like flat. There was no emotion in her voice. It was like she had just told me, she went to the park or she ate breakfast. It was the strangest thing. And I just looked at her and I was like, what did you just say? And then she just smiled and she said nothing. And it was super concerning. And my court supervisor heard it. She immediately contacted the GL, because she was like, what the hell? We were both like stunned. So we contacted the GL. The GL was like, oh, DCFS has already been informed. So then I get this message literally right after I had dropped off the kids to Tom, that DCFS had taken the kids. I'm not allowed to know where they are. He can't know where they are, and they're being taken into DC. DCFS custody. I was like, well, I haven't heard anything from the DCFS worker, which is who I should have heard things from first. The DCFS worker finally called me at 9 o'clock at night. Her name was Karen Johnson Wren. I was literally on my way to work. She starts yelling at me on the phone, saying this was all my fault, and I'm doing this to my kids, and this is why they're being taken away, and like making all these crazy accusations. And I'm like, excuse me? Who do you think you are? And then she literally said at the end of the call, I think I'm DCFS. I was like, wow, okay. And so I'm like freaking out at this point. So I'm calling DCFS the next couple days, and nobody's saying that I'm under investigation. Well, if I'm not under investigation, why am I not getting my visitation time then that's court ordered? And I kept bringing this up, and I was representing myself pro se, and I was like, okay, well, now I'm not getting my court ordered visitation, and I'm not getting my evidentiary hearing. So I'm bringing all of this up. Nobody's telling me what's going on with my son. My ex is telling me that all of a sudden his rectum is healed and he's doing great and there's nothing wrong. This is what I'm being told. So I didn't know this. So I go into court, and his lawyer starts talking about how the situation was getting worse and all this other stuff, but wouldn't go into it. The DAL is talking about how 8 mandated reporters contacted DCFS, which when you're talking about mandated reporters, that's nurses, that could be doctors, that could be pediatricians, that could be teachers, that could be anybody. Like, mandated reporters are professionals that would know to report. And typically, mandated reporters don't get involved. So the fact you have 8 of these people contacting DCFS is insane. And she's saying, but they dropped the case. And I'm like, what? You have 8 mandated reporters who have contacted them, and they just dropped the case? And she's saying this, that the kids are given back to Tom and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like sitting there telling me, like, saying, I want my evidentiary hearing, They're completely ignoring me. They're saying that if I want to see my son, that I have to pay to see him now. And I have to sign a piece of paper basically saying that I'm a danger to my children. I'm like, no, you're having me do this so that it will affect me in every single court. And it's going to screw me over for everything I try to do going forward, because you have no evidence that I'm a danger to my kids. And then you want to put this evidence up. Exactly. So I was like, this is weird. So at this time, I was seeing a therapist at the Elgin Police Department because I got free therapy because I was sexually assaulted. So while I'm seeing this therapist, I start talking to her about the child porn and the case and everything else. And she's like, has anyone said anything to you about all that? I was like, no. She goes, you know, I can see those reports. I was like, well, you can? She goes, yeah, I work here. I'm privy to those reports. She goes, you need to FOIA the child pornography. And I was like, what? I didn't think there was anything to the child pornography because it was all animated stuff. So she goes, no, you need to FOIA it. So I actually, in addition to her telling me this, she goes, and by the way, you know, Julie Pirtle called me, and I think there's something mentally wrong with that woman. I said, what do you mean you think there's something mentally wrong with her? She was like, she was trying to tell me that you fit the perfect image of someone who would kill your children. And when I asked her for any evidence, you know, she couldn't give me any. And at this point, I'm like, okay, something is very wrong. What is going on here? So I FOIA the child pornography, and at first the person did not want to give it to me. They were literally trying to tell me I wasn't allowed to have it, blah, blah, blah. I literally got on the phone, and I started crying to this person. I was like, if this was your kid, I know that you would want to have this. I said, I am in a situation where I'm terrified for the lives of my children. Please help me. And this woman actually sent it to me, and I don't think she was ever supposed to, because I've never heard from her again. I don't think she works at the Elgin Police Department anymore. I'm pretty sure she was fired. But the information she sent me proved that there were 280 missing children that hadn't even been identified by the NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It had over 700 prepubescent children, the majority of which were in their underwear. There were 5 images of legitimate child pornography. And there were real kids on that drive, in addition to all the disgusting anime crap. So at this point, I'm just like, what the F? I could not even believe this. And then, you know, I'm putting 2 together, and my son and the rectal issue, and then you have my daughter making all these disclosures, and my head was literally spinning at this point, and I was freaking out. I actually called and reported my kids missing. I was like, I went to the police station. I said, you need to help me. I explained to them everything that was going on. And, you know, they told me I wouldn't be the first person to come into the police station looking for my kids, and I wouldn't be the last. And I told them, like, I'm not leaving until you at least prove to me that there is a DCFS investigation, that you give me the paperwork. They're like, oh, we know where your children are, but we're not going to tell you. And they were taunting me. And not one person had told me I was under investigation. There was no record with DCFS that I was under investigation. So all of this that was being done was completely illegal. So fast forward to October 31st, because I'm not signing their crap and I'm refusing to say I'm a danger to my kids. So it was 3 months that I hadn't seen my children. I get this message from Tom on October 31st, 2019. I was at work with a client. It was about 10:30 at night. And he tells me, I'm sorry. It wasn't even a message from him. I'm totally wrong. It was a doctor who called me. A doctor called me on the phone. I don't remember his name. It was about 10:30 at night. And he tells me, you have to come to the hospital. James is very sick. And I'm immediately thinking horrible things because they hadn't even let me see my child without a supervisor. And he was really sick. So it's like, what do you mean he's really sick? And I told him I was at a job. I told him I didn't drive. I said, can I come there in the morning? You know, once I get off the job, I can't just leave my client. He goes, if you need to come here. We don't know if he'll make it through the night. And that's when I was like, okay, I need to get there. So I went to the hospital, and me and my mom were there. My mom met me because I had called her. And this lady comes up to us. I don't know who exactly she was. She was a nurse, a receptionist, whatever. She brings us into this room. And my son wasn't there. And I screamed, where is my son? And the doctor just looked at the floor and said he didn't make it. And I said, what do you mean he didn't make it? There was nothing wrong. There was the prolapse rectum. He wouldn't even let me finish the sentence. He wouldn't even let me talk about the prolapse rectum. He just talked over me. And he's like, that had nothing to do with it. And I asked to see my son, and they brought my son out to me. And he was still slightly warm. I remember holding him, and I felt his body go cold. And it was just, I don't even know how to describe it. It was the worst moment of my entire life. It was horrifying. And I looked at my son, and he had these red marks all over his stomach. And I had seen people like die in front of me in my line of work. And I pointed them out to the nurse. I was like, what is that? There's red marks all over his stomach. And she's like, oh, that's just what happened when people die. I was like, no, it's not. Like, I know what rigor mortis looks like. That's not what rigor mortis looks like. It literally looked like handprints that were red all over my son's stomach. And they asked me to leave. They literally told us we couldn't see him anymore. We couldn't visit with him, that apparently this expert coroner was coming, their medical examiner, whatever they said, and we had to leave immediately. And my grandmother was literally on her way. And they said, oh, no, you have to go. They barely even gave us any time with my son. So we left.
That was disrespectful.
It was extremely disrespectful. It was more than disrespectful, actually, and it was extremely hurtful because those were the last moments that I even got to be with my son.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to be with my son alive. So immediately after this happened, we actually tried to go back into court. I had a lawyer who was willing to represent me, and the judge did not care. This was a new judge because the judge recused himself that he made all these horrible decisions. He recused himself October 10th, which was very odd because that's 3 weeks before my son passed. The GAL excused herself from the case October 26th. No. The day she recused herself was 6 days before my son passed. I know that for a fact. So I don't remember quite what day it was, but it was 6 days before he passed, which was, again, very suspect. It was like they all knew something horrible was going to happen. And in my opinion, I think they knew my son wasn't going to make it. I think that's what all this stuff was about, me doing the supervised visitation and not wanting me alone with my child and not wanting me to see what was actually going on. Because when I got the medical records finally, it showed that there was a lot more going on than what they had told me. So anyways, we go into court. The judge doesn't care. He doesn't care about my daughter. He doesn't care about me. He's only concerned about my social media. He says I can't see my daughter, that he's not listing anything. He's not changing anything. He's not doing emergency motion. And at this point, DCFS actually had changed custody and put my daughter in the care of my ex's mother. So he wasn't even custodial parent anymore. It was his mother, which is that in itself is also not legal without there being some sort of judgment or a case or whatever. So that didn't even make any sense, and they still weren't letting me see my daughter. So finally, after we kept going to court, the judge is being pressured by outside parties to let me see my child. So he just starts letting me see my child. First, it was with my mother, which made no sense because they had made multiple complaints about my mother, but I was seeing my daughter with my mother. They had this, the autopsy done. The first autopsy said that it was unexplained death due to natural causes, which I straight out called BS. I go, that makes no sense. There has to be a cause of death. You have to know what caused my son's death. And they're basically trying to say it was a SIDS death or a sudden unexplained child death. I had my own forensic pathologist. She had preliminary concerns of suffocation because there was discoloration around his nose and his mouth. There was also that deep tissue back bruise. And basically what she said, though, is she had concerns about suffocation, but without the police confirming that and without them being, suspicious of suffocation as well, there's no case because suffocation is so hard to prove without that component. So when she wasn't even allowed to see his organs or his neck organs, which was very odd. They sent my son's body to her without any of his neck organs, which include the hyoid bone. And these are organs that are never removed and given to a pathologist without them. No heart, no brain. So she did not have much to work with. She didn't even have tissues to look at. About a year later, it was almost a year, they finally let her go see his neck organs, and it was with their permission in their facility, the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, and she had to be supervised by someone, even though she was more skilled than the person who did the autopsy. The person who did the autopsy was a fellow. He was not legally licensed to practice forensic pathology, only clinical pathology. My forensic pathologist had been doing this for 11 years. She was licensed for 10 of those years, and she had far more credibility. So that was very odd in itself. So she said that it's a cervical spinal cord injury, which if it was a cervical spinal cord injury, that's not something that just happened. There's no mention of any incident whatsoever in the police report. And it turned out that my ex actually lied about his alibi. He was not working. So he had stated to the police that he had left for work, that he had just put James on the bed. The whole story was James was found on the bed after playing with an electronic device by the stepmother. Well, after she had come out of the shower and his lips were blue. That was their story. That story does not match a cervical spinal cord injury. So after that happened, she contacted DCFS. She contacted the police. She gave them autopsy reports. She was like, this has to be investigated because you have to figure out how this injury was caused, because she cannot do that. She doesn't have that ability. She can only say what the cause of death was. She doesn't have any tissues to go off of. She doesn't have anything else to go off of. That has to be on the police and the prosecutor and whoever else. So that's why, we've been doing protests. That's why we have justice for James, because, all of this is ridiculous. Finally, I was given the actual medical records, because what happened was this judge that was on the case, at this time I had 4 days with my daughter. And during COVID, I still had no rights, no medical rights, no educational rights, nothing. They didn't even let me come to my son's funeral. He was actually buried without my knowledge on one of my visitations with my daughter. They did that on purpose. I was visiting with my daughter. I was with my daughter, so I had no idea they were doing a funeral. And I was supposed to get last moments beforehand with my son, which they didn't even have the courtesy to give me that. anyways, so we have this 4-day thing going on. I got, it's like 3.5 days for each of us. It was split up evenly. That's all I remember. But he had all the rights and whatever. And I was protesting that because I'm like, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, this man is even a concern to DCFS. He's a concern to authorities. And yet, for whatever reason, I'm not being given any rights of my child, even though my child did not die in my custody with no known explanation to have a cervical spinal cord injury. So I'm doing all this stuff, and the judge is trying to throw me in jail. The judge was trying to go on a gag order that was done in August from Judge Dalton. This is Judge Renee Cruz, and he basically was going to put me in jail without a jury, without a trial, for up to 6 months, and they can do longer. They don't care. You don't know if you're kidding out at that point if you're thrown in jail. And I wouldn't have any contact with my daughter whatsoever. So she would be going to somebody whose custody my son died in, and I couldn't take that risk. So it was either 50-50 custody or jail, and my daughter would be gone from me forever. So I chose 50-50 custody. So I have 50-50 rights. I have medical and I have educational. So the first thing that I did with those newfound rights was I went and I got all of James' medical records. And through these medical records, I found out that he was back and forth throughout hospitals from August to October, that he had 9 hospitalizations, that he had to have a rectal repair surgery, an emergency rectal repair surgery, because on August 13th, his rectum became incarcerated, grew to the size of an orange, and he would have died. He was in critical condition. On August 9th, the child protection specialist, MD, actually said that she had concerns of rectal penetrative abuse of my son. None of this was brought up in court. None of this was brought up by the GAL. The police didn't even put this in their report. This was all left out. But it's all on the medical records. And I found all this out after I finally got medical rights of my child. And I have been posting about it. I have been showing it because I'm definitely not letting up. I mean, this is a disgusting cover-up. My son was already dying in August. So how are you going to say he had a sudden unexplained death in October when you have all these medical records already showing you how sick he was? It doesn't make any sense. So since all this has happened, my order of protection was renewed. So I've now had an order of protection for 3 years because it was 2 years originally, and then it's extended for another year. And my ex has finally been arrested and charged for violating my order of protection. We do have a contempt hearing coming up because he refuses to follow any court orders. I have a protest coming up on the 2nd of July. I have a protest coming up on the 9th of July. And I have a protest coming up on the 30th of July. The 2nd and the 9th are going to be from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Palatine Police Station in Illinois. And the 30th is going to be from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Palatine Police Station in Illinois. We have invited the mayor. We have invited the Palatine Police Chief. We have a petition with over 17,700 signatures right now that are demanding that James' death investigation be reopened. There's a lot of publicity on this case. There's a lot of people who've been willing to help. We have a fabulous team that we have put together, and I truly believe that there will be justice for James because it's all in the documents. I mean, all your evidence is laying out right before you. I've got court transcripts. I've got police reports. I've got statements from lawyers. I've got statements from the GAL herself. I've got statements from the therapist who is the domestic specialist at the Elgin Police Department. You know, I have documents upon documents of documents to show and prove that everything I have stated today on this phone with you and on this radio show is fact. There is not one thing that I have told you today that I cannot back up. And that's the crazy thing.
Have you ever thought about going to the Supreme Court?
I have never thought about going to the Supreme Court. That's actually very interesting. However, we did go to the appellate court. We were trying to appeal the judge's decision of the temporary custody that he had given to my ex. And I actually think that did something, because it was shortly after that judge recused himself, and that was Judge Dalton. So there's two judges that have recused themselves. You have Judge Dalton and you have Judge Renee Cruz. Judge Renee Cruz was the presiding judge of family court. He is now the presiding judge of traffic court. Judge Dalton was a family court judge and an order protection judge. He is now an eviction judge. Both of these judges have been majorly demoted. They cannot be removed because they would have to be impeached by the American people. The GAL that was on the case, she was removed as a GAL from Kane County. The police commander, who was the one who put out that there was no foul play before an autopsy had even been done in regards to my son, and wrote a letter stating he had never received my forensic pathologist's preliminary findings, which was a blatant lie, he supposedly retired. This man was in either his late 40s or early 50s. He did not retire as a police commander. His father was the police chief during the Brown's chicken murders. He could have become a police chief, no problem. So the fact that he just all of a sudden decided to retire makes me think that he was forced out of his position. John Walsh is gone from the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. I have him actually on recording stating he doesn't even know their policies. He could not explain to me why the brain, the heart, and the neck organs were not given to my forensic pathologist. It was just a mind-blowing call that I still have to this day, and I listen to it often, where I'm just like, how do these people even live with themselves? I mean, how do they function in life knowing what they tried to do and what they tried to keep from the public and myself? I mean, did they really honestly think I would just believe my perfectly healthy 2-year-old son, who had no issues up until Mr. Beal was given custody, just died? Do they really expect me to believe that? I mean, no parent would accept that, ever.
I just don't like the fact that we came to this point. The 2-year-old is gone. Your son is gone because the system failed him. Because who's supposed to protect him besides his mother is his father, and he failed to do that because he was caught up in his feelings.
Exactly.
And the battle is not yet over, because one, Tom has to answer to the man upstairs for his dirt. His father is going to have to answer for that. I always believe in karma. So.
Oh, yeah, and I agree with that, but I honestly feel like the tables are changing for him, too. Because as I have said before, I don't think that if I was crazy, and if I was making all this up, and if I was an alienated parent, and all this garbage that they tried to say about me, why would he be arrested and charged for harassing me on a parenting app? Right. It wouldn't make any sense. No one would do this to a man who's been belittled and hurt and all this other garbage for 2 years. I mean, no one would have the heart to do that to someone who has been a victim for 2 years. So he is no victim. He is a dangerous predator. And if he is continued to be given a leash, or if he's being continued to given freedom without a leash, he is going to hurt another person. And that is my opinion. I'm not saying that it's a fact, but given the evidence and what has already happened, this is a man capable of very violent offenses, and he will continue to be violent and hurt other people as long as he continues to be free. And that will be on Kane County. That will be on Cook County. That will be on the Palatine Police. That will be on every single individual who has just let this man walk and cause chaos, even when he's admitting to sexual assault. I mean, and that just mind blows people to begin with. I literally have an order of protection because he admitted to sexual assault, but there's been no charges for him sexually assaulting me. And this order of protection was extended. It makes absolutely no sense. So you're saying the assault happened. You're saying it's legitimate. It's even in the GAL report that she states he admitted to it. And nobody cares? Like, what? There's definitely something fishy going on for sure.
Yeah. And in a way, you know, we all know, like, you always hear that it's two sides to every story. I get that. But when it comes to a child that can't really do anything for themselves and they rely on you, and for somebody to hurt that child, especially when it's your own, you know, I get being a parent is very frustrating, and you know, you wish you can turn back the time and do things different or whatever. But I just can't see how people are hurting their own children, let alone somebody else's child too. You know, that takes a lot out of me.
I completely agree. And the fact that this individual still has medical rights and educational rights of my child is just insane to me. That he should have any control after what has already been done, what has already been hidden. I mean, my child was dying and needed emergency rectal repair surgery at 1, and I wasn't even called. I wasn't called. I wasn't consulted. My child could have died that day, and nobody contacted me. And you're letting this man have medical rights? I mean, how just unbelievably asinine is that?
To me, it's just a show of they didn't care.
It's a show of they didn't care about my child, but it's also a show of they care about themselves and their reputations, and they knew that if this got out, it would blow everything up. And I don't think that the individuals who were involved in this ever expected me to be able to put out the story so clearly, to have the documents to prove it, and the evidence to show the American people. I think they expected that anyone who would listen to me would just automatically think that I was insane. Because when I come across these family court stories and I listen to them, a lot of them sound absolutely insane. Well, and so do these DCFS stories. Samadi Crosby was literally found under a couch, and nobody's been arrested for that. I mean, this was a little girl that DCFS had just seen the morning before. It said that the house was cleared. There was no problem. And then she was found under a couch, stuffed under a cushion. There's only 2 possible suspects. No one's been arrested. I mean, that in itself is insane. Then you have the Rika J case, where she was murdered by the stepmother, and they weren't even going to do anything until they found a video. And the video was how they were able to charge her. This little girl had bruises all over her body. She was severely abused, and they weren't going to do anything until they saw this video. I mean, what the hell? Who do we even stand for anymore if we don't stand for our children?
Exactly. And I just feel as though...
It makes me so angry.
I just think that, like I said, it's becoming a very cruel world in so many ways. Right? the devil is working. And
yeah, I agree.
I'm always saying the devil's a lie. So he can work all he wants. But honestly, I'm hurt right now. I'm angry. I'm really lost for words that anybody can hurt their own 2-year-old child and do the things that has been done. Like, I know this is not something new in the world. This is something that happens almost every day, if not every other day. You know, every second of the day. Somebody's out there abusing their own child in any kind of way. Physical, mental, emotional, sexually. You know, any form of abuse is wrong. Whether you are a child, whether you are an adult, it doesn't matter. You should not be abusing nobody, because I believe that person is hurting as well, and their own way of dealing with that is hurting others because they're hurt.
Yes, it's often a cycle.
Yes.
You know, the abused become the abusers, unfortunately, but there are many, many people who have broken that cycle. You know, I'm one of those people that has broken that cycle, and I have no sympathy for someone who doesn't break that cycle. I mean, you are making that decision. And as much as my ex has been through, and he has been through hell and back in his lifetime as a child, and I truly believe that, because I don't believe it was all fake. I mean, there were other people that even confirmed it, witnesses of the family who have said the same things about my ex's childhood. And I am sorry for what happened to him. But that gives absolutely no excuse for the choices that he chooses to make now, and how he chooses to live his life, and what he may have done to our son. And I mean, to lie about your alibi the night of, to not show any sympathy since he's passed, to even go as far as to say your daughter's not grieving and that she doesn't care about James. I mean, that's not something that a parent does that is hurt or upset that their child has passed.
Yeah, like she's too young to understand how to grieve. You know, she hasn't had the opportunity to understand what is going on. Even though she can explain it, still she doesn't understand what everybody else is going through, what we understand as adults. So how can you expect a child to grieve if they don't understand what they're grieving about? All she knows is my little brother's not here no more. And she may not do that.
Exactly. But and there's definitely a chance that she could have seen what happened too.
Yeah, and I honestly, I do feel for her. Like, I feel her pain right now. Like, even though she's not expressing it to what grief is supposed to be, I just feel like here's a young lady that's going to grow up and have nightmares, or, you know, have hatred towards certain people, not want to deal with society the way she should, you know, things that can mess her up. She grows up. And maybe she might feel a little guilt, like, darn, I should have been there. I should have helped my brother. My brother would be here if I helped him. And this is the part where, you know, you're doing the best that you can for your daughter. You're going to make sure she's okay and she understands what she's been through when the time is right. Her mind is such a sponge right there.
She's already expressed things that she's personally been through. And I mean, the way she talks about the things that she's been through, and there's been cases on what she has disclosed and discussed with the police and with DCFS, it's just as terrifying, it's just as traumatic as what she may have seen happen to my son. I mean, these kids have clearly been through a lot, and you don't just have medical records like the ones my son has without some sort of significant trauma. There's nothing that can explain emergency rectal repair surgery with no underlying condition, or the kind of constant prolapse rectums and no anal tone that are on these medical records. I mean, these medical records are literally something out of the frickin' Twilight Zone, because as a CNA, if I had a patient that was as young as my son and they were coming in with these injuries and the swelling was that severe and there was pulsing and there was all these signs of trauma, the first thing I would have done is called up DCFS. The first thing I would have done is called up the police. And I am just disgusted at how poorly this was handled. And I mean, clearly the police were called, because there is a report, but they just don't mention anything in regards to the specialist stating that she believed my child was sexually abused. She said she had concerns that he had been anally penetrated, which for a doctor to put that on paper, considering how terrified doctors are of being sued, she had to feel very strongly about that opinion.
Right.
Because they try to avoid that at all costs nowadays.
Yeah, they do, because they don't want to be, like you said, sued. I mean, like I told you in the beginning, my prayers, our prayers go out to you and your family, your daughter. I pray that this gets resolved properly. You get the justice that you deserve. James gets the justice that he deserves. Your daughter gets the justice that she deserves. Because I know it takes a lot, and I know it drains you not knowing and not get things that you deserve to have. I'm very compassionate about it. I can't stand child predators. Right now, the blood in my body is boiling. I'm ready to come to Illinois and fight somebody because I'm hurting for you and your family. Like, this is trauma to me. I'm ready to just help as much as I can to get justice for James, justice for your daughter, and justice for you.
Well, we definitely appreciate that. And it's so amazing to have people like you that are willing to fight for our children and stand up against these corrupt injustices. The NBC News team actually just did a segment regarding what is going on in custody courts right now, where the abusive parent is getting custody because they're claiming that the one that is saying the child is being abused is coaching or alienating said child. And this is interesting because statistically, it is a very, very low portion. I believe it's between 5 to 10% of allegations regarding any kind of abuse are falsified. So why are we going off of such a small statistic and ignoring the 90% that aren't false? Why are we putting children with abusers for such a small statistic?
Again,
you know what makes me sick is no one cares about what happens to these kids. No one cares about the future drug addiction or the future incarceration or the future suicides. No one cares about that or thinks about that. They only see the now. I know the future of children like that. I've been a child in that situation. I've been an adult who's had to come to terms with everything that's happened to them. And I've had friends who are the same way, and they ended up in bad situations because of what they went through. And you know what? Some of them don't make it out.
Yeah.
And my son was that example. He didn't make it out. What happened to him was just too much. And he was just too young. And God saved my daughter.
Yes, he did. And she needs to understand that it's not her fault. So that way she doesn't have that in her head to mess with her. That she feels maybe, like in the future, she feel like it was her fault. And it's not. So, a lot of things need to take time for her. And it's going to take time for you because it's not your fault either. You tried everything in your power to keep these disgusting people away from your children. And the system failed you. So
I did what I could, financially, what I could legally, and I'm still doing what I could legally. I have so many people ask me every single day, why have you not just upped and left? Why have you not ran with your kid? Because that's not the way the court system works. If I leave with my child, I am kidnapping my child. If I leave with my child, I go to jail. Then what happens to my child? She's with abusive pieces of garbage. There's no way I would ever risk that. There's no way I would ever risk, I would do anything to even cause contempt. Like that's not in my mind. That's not something I'm ever going to do because my child doesn't deserve that. She doesn't need to be taken away from her mother anymore. She doesn't need to be in the hands of people who are not going to protect her. And, it's not right, and it's not going to happen. And these people who think that everything is just flowers and rainbows, and if you say someone's abusive, then they're abusive, and that's the fact, and then they're put in jail. Like, they're living in a fantasy world. I mean, 0.1% of domestic rapes are prosecuted and convicted. 0.1%. It's basically still legal to sexually assault your spouse or your partner at this point. The statistics for sexual assault are maddening. The statistics for homicides that are actually prosecuted and confirmed are maddening, especially when it comes to children. Because like I told you, they're so difficult to prove with kids, especially if it was suffocation. There was a woman who suffocated all 6 of her children, and she only got caught after the 6th child.
Oh my God.
Because they said, oh, well, they all can't just be SIDS.
Oh, you think? Wow.
I mean, you would think they would have started thinking that after the 2nd child. But I don't know if it's just lazy or incompetence or the lack of funds. I'm not really sure what it is. But when people are out there talking about protesting the police and everything else, I get it. Because why do we even have a police force if they're not doing their job, if they're not protecting our kids, if they're not willing to investigate something that there's definitely foul play in?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the history alone with my family and the DCFS and the police cases and all of this stuff would tell you there's foul play. And you investigated this like it was a natural death. On a 2-year-old that was found in an adult bedroom, foaming from his mouth with blood, foaming from his nose with blood. How the heck would you even think that's a natural death? And there was a wastebasket full of bloody tissues that they didn't even bother to test the DNA on.
Wow.
This is all in the police report. I mean, anyone can FOIA this. Anyone can look it up. So, you know, I have no problem saying any of this on your radio show because it's all there.
Oh, God.
And
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's sickening. It makes me want to throw up. It makes just functioning every single day almost impossible. But I do it because I love my daughter. And I do it because she needs me. And that is why I do what I do. I mean, I'm still working 2 jobs. I'm still paying all the bills of my home, my car, you know, everything. I'm doing whatever I have to do and paying lawyer fees on top of that and trying to put together 3 protests because I love my daughter and I love my son and I will never stop loving them.
Right. I get it. Mother's love is different. We have 2 minutes left. I really do appreciate you coming on here and telling your story, James' story, and your daughter's story. I would love to have you back with any updates. You know, you're more than welcome to come here. The door is always open. So, is there anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Just again, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be on your show. Thank you for letting me tell my story, James' story, my daughter's story. It's definitely a story that needs to be heard. And, you know, it's not just us. This is going on all over the world. You know, there are mothers being wrongfully accused every single day. And because of it, their children are winding up in the hands of very abusive individuals. And if it's not stopped, there will be more graves. There will be more dead bodies. And there will be more mothers and fathers without their children.
Once again, our prayers is with you. And keep your head up, remain strong, and keep fighting. Because this ain't over.
Nope, it's not. Justice for James.
What a strong, strong woman. There's that feeling I was describing again. I'm just speechless every time I have to hear it. Kimberly, you're in Chicago. Okay. They're having a protest and she has a petition as well. Let me see if I still have that link saved. Okay, there's the petition. What she's trying to do is get the case reopened because, okay, there's a reason we've been here for 5 hours. There's a lot going on here and it's all dead wrong. If you sign the petition, it can help get the case reopened so it can be investigated properly, or maybe I should just say investigated because they never really did that. Palatine is the city here, right there. And let me see, I think it's right here. I love this little picture of James right here with the wings. Justice for James, be his voice. We have every intention to do that. Okay, let me find the protest. Here we go. Justice for James. Protests for James are outside of the Palatine Police Department on July 2nd and July 9th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. and on July 30th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. To join us virtually, the page is James Needs Justice. And we're definitely going to, I'll have to let you guys know exactly which one of those days, but we're definitely going to virtually join them live and be a part of this protest from from wherever we are individually, we'll be together. So, yes, that is the Justice for James Facebook group. Please feel free to go over and join and support. And Kimberly, let me know if I missed anything. I think I got all your questions there. Heather, I'm an SA survivor. Let me just put that up here. And everything she's saying is so true. You got to heal from that or it lingers with you forever. That's Heather Marie. You're welcome, Kimberly. Yeah, you know, Heather, I hear the stories and it's not something I've been through. So I don't know. But when I hear it, I'm just like, I mean, unbelievable. Sometimes it's just all the time, every time. I'm just like, really? That happened? Like, no. Especially at a young age. I'm like, why would, and they all need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. To hell with a registry. Lock them up, throw away the key. If you're touching on kids, if you're abusing people, I mean, just put them all in a concentration camp. I don't care what you want to do with them. They're not good people. They're not good for society. And they usually repeat. What do we do with these people? Then they have babies and they do it to the babies. You're welcome. Yeah, that's the sad part is that some children don't make it out. A lot of them don't make it out. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys know Obsidian Dior, but she shared a link with me that my plan is to share it, but there are so many children that don't make it out. We don't even know the half. And you could be on the internet all day for a week straight. And what she sent me will still show you names you've never even heard of. Somebody's got to protect these babies. That's supposed to be mama and daddy. But as we can see in a lot of the scenarios, it's either mama or daddy that's doing the harm. It's frustrating. So anything we can do to get love and spread the word, and if we sign a petition, it doesn't cost us a penny. Click the like button. It is free. And it makes a big, big difference. Whether you know it or not. So please tonight spread the word. I'm not going to hold you guys any longer because, wow, we've been together for 5 hours, some of us. And I appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes the new boyfriend, Valerie. Yeah, Amari Nicholson case. He wasn't very new, but he was still the boyfriend. I plan to have more lives like this. People have been reaching out and saying, hey, can you say this name? And yes, I will, because it's not only about the kids that make it to the front page. And it's not only about the kids. There are adults that go through things and lose their lives. And I'm just all about life and love. So I'll be sharing all of that. But if you know somebody or if you're in a situation, feel free to email me. carlockq@gmail.com. The plan is to be able to let people have a voice and at the same time spread awareness. So if somebody wants to come and, tell us their story, if it helps somebody, they can do that. And that's from SA to the R word to mental illness, whatever. All lives matter to me. That's not just a cliche. My pleasure, Heather Marie. I'm going to let y'all go, beautiful people. Hugs and kisses all around the chat. Thank you so much. Don't forget to hit the like for James. Hit the like for justice. Not for me. I promise you. I don't even know how that works. I'm so new to YouTube as far as this whole thing right here, what we're doing. I don't even know what it could do for me. I don't care. Hit the like for James. Hit the like for justice. And have a beautiful night, beautiful people.